mind when I do it. Fuck 'em.
I know you're gonna dig this.
Do you understand the words that are coming out of my mouth? Man, hell no!
Well, fuck you then, punk.
Damn, son.
Matthew 7.
This Chicago.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen.
This your boy,
Podcast?
and you say Shot City?
Yeah. Jay Philly motherfucking presents, nigga. Put your motherfucking hands up. This how the fuck is going down. You know what I mean? Oh. Boy, you sick as hell for this shit, nigga. Come on. Ha. This is something new. Matter of fact, it's something old. I've been making joints like this since a few years ago. Back when I'm thick with the squad, and my name was Carlito. Well, it's been a long time coming, something like 100 miles and running. Now it's the chaos click. Yeah, man, we in this bitch. About the same distance as the moon. That's how we gonna take this shit. I'ma get it started right there. Have a big party right there. Better yet, we gonna get the celebration kicking, get it started right there. Put the guns down, put your hands up. Put your mans down, lift your mans up. Tell them girls to get their stinking ass up. Nigga hit the drink, light the grass up. Motherfucker bounce with the track. This ain't a bus, bounce from the back. Come to the front, roll another blunt. Holla where you from, tell me where you at. Whether it's the shy or the bird, either or you high, you slur. And you a thug or a nerd. I don't care if you a rat or a bird. It really don't make a difference, long as you handle that business. This is Philly Church, catch the Philly Ghost. Can I get a fucking witness?
Put your hands up high, wave up from side to side. It's that shit and you rollin' with Philly now. Pass that drink around, pass that smoke around. That shit going round, that's how it's going down.
I pray to the Heavenly Father to be something like Sean Carter. On about 50 remodels and be the world's greatest undaughter. If I see a million off beats, oh I see a million off seats. Maybe see a million with the heat. Either way, I'm killing in the street. Yeah, man, I'm so serious. Yeah, man, I'm so serious. Motherfuckers wasn't hearing us, now we got them stuck in fucking fearing us. It's Philly, young boy, ain't you heard? Anything I say, that's my word. It's a revolution, I'm reloaded and I'm back like the first.
Put your hands up high, wave up from side to side. This that shit and you rollin' with Philly now. Pass that drink around, pass that smoke around. That shit going round, that's how it's going down. Put your hands up high, wave up from side to side. This that shit and you rollin' with Philly now. Pass that drink around, pass that smoke around. That shit going round, that's how it's going down.
Gotta be a PIMP, gotta be a THUG, something like a MAC. Man, this shit comes naturally. I'ma take it back a few steps. Mom and Pop's dead in the checks. Mom and Pop's didn't have sex. That was the cause, I'm the effect. She was the good girl actor. He was the good girl attractor. Made the mistake, it was too late. Now the young hood is the factor. I done had my piece of the grind. Did a few pieces of time. Trying to get my peace of mind. Whichever piece is mine. Can I get a piece of the pie? Can I get a piece of the cake? Can I get a piece of the lobster? What about a piece of the steak? I done put my time in the block. We blow X and rock. Did my share running from the cops. Hell, I think it's time I stop. It's time to put the pistol to sleep. It's a new mission for me. I got a few gifts, I believe, along with a couple tricks on my sleeve. Music, I do this, I use it. Like thought for the clueless. You walk the computers, cause losers just ain't in the plans. I thought you knew this.
Put your hands up high, wave up from side to side. This that shit and you rollin' with Philly now. Pass that drink around, pass that smoke around. That shit going round, that's how it's going down. Put your hands up high, wave up from side to side. This that shit and you rollin' with Philly now. Pass that drink around, pass that smoke around. That shit going round, that's how it's going down.
Chaos is in this bitch. Jay Philly in this bitch. Lil Chris in this bitch, Bruh E in this bitch, Bang G in this bitch, Hannibal in this bitch, Tone is in this bitch, Flame is in this bitch, Dada in this bitch, Drama in this bitch, Jody in this bitch, Kevin in this bitch, the whole fucking city in this bitch, West Side in this bitch, South Side in this bitch, and we about to fucking get rich in this bitch.
Podcast?
There's rumors of war.
Y'all better hope they just rumors.
Men died and women crying.
Taliban, Afghanistan.
There's rumors of war.
Osama bin Laden. Hell,
Men
George
died
Bush.
and women crying.
It's real. Yeah. It don't stop. Not right here. Too early. Niggas wanna take my ride. Niggas wanna take my wife. Niggas wanna take my jewels. And niggas wanna take my life. Bitches wanna make me stay. Bitches wanna make me go. Bitches wanna make me pay. Bitch, I'ma tell you no. Thugs all in my crib. Thugs all in my space. Thugs all in my yard. And thugs all in my face. Cops wanna take my weed. Cops wanna take my rock. Cops wanna take my bows. Hell, cops wanna take my block. Y'all can have that motherfucker. I feel real good right now. I don't want it no more. No sir, no sir. I feel like Jay Philly gotta do what Jay Philly gotta do for Jay Philly. Know what I mean? I know you feeling this. Just walk with your boy for a minute. Give me your ear. Give me your all. Stevie Wonder, your heart and soul, baby. We gon' keep it moving. Come on, look. People don't like my mother. People don't like my father. People don't like my brothers. People probably won't like my daughter. Drug dealers in my hood. Drug dealers in my club. Drug dealers in my church. Drug dealers in my blood. Gunshots in the day. Gunshots through the night. Been about 7 odd years since a motherfucker saw a fight. Brothers but shots for their girls. Brothers but shots for their chops. Brothers but shots for big. And brothers but shots for pop. Damn. Serious, ain't it? Big and pop. It's a new day. Big L. Goddamn what he say, huh? Big G. Well, Jam and J, we gon' keep moving. It's rumors of war. I still feel you, Kamal. Men dying, women crying. I see you, bang. My strength. We gon' survive though. Let's do it again. Let's go. I done seen niggas come. I done seen niggas go. I done seen niggas broke. I done seen them with a lot of dough. Hood rats round my joint. Always on the walk about. Looking for a ball of running stick so they can suck and fuck them. Know I'm talking about. This here crucial phase. I'm at a crucial stage. About to make these motherfuckers bow down like I hold a crucial gauge. So give a motherfucker his due. Give a motherfucker his dough. It's gonna be held to tell the captain when the motherfucker kicked off this whoa. Y'all don't want no war. Trust me, you don't want that. You best to increase the peace. Hey, these rumors of war gonna kill you all. Believe that. You gotta be honest with yourself. Still the man. 2004. What's the plan? You gotta like yourself first. Jay Philly. I ain't looking for no trouble, but I ain't dying to learn me. You gotta do what you gotta do. I'ma do me, you do you. That's as real as it gonna get. Shit, I'm out.
your host for this evening.
No.
Podcast.
Oh, beans!
Yes! Buddy!
Every time I think about you, I'm running things. I'm running things.
Hit that like button, and hit that subscribe button, and hit that bell, and leave a comment to trigger YouTube's algorithm.
What's good, everybody? It's your boy Beans, aka Love Podcast. And I'm gonna have to. Oh, okay. I didn't know that it looked like that. I'm sorry, y'all. It's your boy Beans, aka Love Podcast. Sunday, April 7th. It's about 3:45. And I decided to do a Sunday show. First I'll start off by turning this, got the heat pad for the seat. I had it on. It's too warm in here. Actually, I forgot to turn the heat off. But we are here, man. I was watching this clip and I said, you know what? This might be something good to react to, because you don't get many clips like this involving people in this space. The clip is from the channel We Need to Talk. I believe the brother's name is Obi. I might be getting that wrong, so don't judge me if I am. But I don't know if I mean, he's in this space as far as like the universal Black YouTube manosphere type space, right? But usually when I'm saying this space, I'm talking about us specifically who are part of the P Fight Club tree, right? So I was gonna say era, but tree, right? So but he's I've been on his show before, actually. Seemed like a pretty cool brother, but a lot of people seem that way online. But he has some different takes in this video, and the thing that made me want to do a reaction to it is because I didn't necessarily agree or know if I agreed with multiple things that he said. So that should make it fun, right? Because if I don't necessarily agree with everything that you're saying, then that gives me cause to, okay, let's walk down this street and see. Yes, I agree here. No, I don't agree there. Why do I agree here? Why I don't agree there? And I think that makes for better conversations when you're able to do that versus, look at this guy said, I agree with every single thing he said all the way through. Like, you know what I mean? So you have to be able to highlight points of contention to incite different thinking. So I'm not going to do like I'm not about to do a really long monologue. We're really just going to jump right into the video. And I think, I think that's probably going to be, I think that might be the only one that we do. because I had another video, but it's so far off course, off topic from this that I don't think I'm gonna do it. So it depends on how we feel when we get to the end of this video. All right, so let's jump into this one. And let's go here.
Meritocracy. Meritocracy is you move up the ranks in life based on how hard you work. As an African, I know that's bullshit. As somebody who's lived in America, who's worked in your industries, I know that's bullshit. People who move up, sometimes they enjoy the benefits of nepotism. Their dad was frat brothers with so-and-so, or he used to work for the company, or he knows somebody who knows somebody. Sometimes they enjoy the benefits of, economic white privilege, meaning that while your grandfather's neighborhoods were being redlined and the property value was being plummeted, his grandfather's neighborhood, the property value was being inflated. So a house that grandpa bought for $20,000 is now worth $2 million, whereas a house that your grandfather bought for $50,000 is now worth maybe $100. So it's easy to say, oh, Jimmy is just a harder worker than Jamal. Jimmy did half the work, but because of how he's been positioned, through no merit of his own, it's going to appear like he works harder. So when people say you have to do twice as much to get half as far, that's what that means.
So automatically and immediately, not automatically, but immediately, I wish I had some of the conservative douchebags here right now. Right? Give me Uncle Tom. Give me, Black Thoughts. Right, to get their response to this, because I know what their response is going to be, right? And while it's going to, I don't know what the right word is to put here, because I want to say offend me, but I don't think offend is the right word. But while it may, let's go with piss me off, right? What their response is going to be, it's almost necessary. It's almost necessary because you need to highlight the way that people think in order for you to accept the fact that there's correction there, right? Sometimes people say things and we don't know why. Sometimes people say things and we're not sure where it's coming from, right? There's an ideology behind the thought. So when they give you the ideology, then you can go, now I see. This is why you're saying that, and this is why you see it this way, and this is why you believe that. So let's correct that, right? For an example, let's say there's a narrative that most Black people do something egregious, right? So we don't have to make up anything. But then we have data to show you that, well, no, it's a minority of Black people who actually do that thing. So you're either going to allow cognitive dissonance to win and stick with what it is that you believe because you've believed it so long and you hate being wrong or corrected, or you're going to say, oh, wow, that's crazy. I've been thinking this thing the whole time and it actually wasn't true. Now moving forward, I'm going to assert the right thing, the truthful thing. And this also should change my opinion about the demographic in which I held this incorrect opinion about. Specifically about that thing, maybe. Because there may be a reason why somebody can tell you about a supreme figure from back in the day, like an Adolf or Mussolini or one of these type of people. And then all of the bad things that they've done. Then somebody can tell you some of the reasons why, some of the justifications for why they may have thought or done the things that they've done. And then you go, oh, wow, that's different. Okay. That's different from the way it was painted with this broad brush that they were just on this evil thing. Right. But if the means to achieve said ends were still littered with evil and egregiousness and trauma and war and all this other stuff, then I can still say, I can hold my opinion about you based on what I believe about those things, even if I accept the fact that your ideology or your reasoning behind them wasn't as bad broadly as once painted to me. You see what I'm saying? We have to be able to think more complicated. I know people like to use terms like nuances and all of these caveats. Saying like you cannot be afraid to think, right? You have to be willing to process truth and reality and not just allow what you've been told for a long time to win every time. So, but I do wish I had some of those conservative douchebags because I would love to hear them say what I know they're going to say in response to this. What does that have to do with you today? Right? When he just explained what it has to do with you today. Right? The problem is a lot of the things that we know happen, they want to pretend as if they didn't happen. And sometimes they want to pretend as if they still don't happen. What they try to do is put everybody in this box to say, anytime a person is complaining about these things, they're lying. They're being a victim Olympian. It does not actually apply to them. And what I actually say is that, yeah, there's probably some people who complain about certain things that's not applicable to them. Right? But that does not affect the whole. Still true.
I say all that to say meritocracy is a myth. In Pearl's case, the reason why she has 6,000 videos up on YouTube is because, number one, and she said it herself, the worst that can happen is I have to go back to my mansion at home. And she's done a mansion tour, so if you guys want to see her mansion, you can go look. Number one, she's not going to be as risk averse as the rest of us who I can only put aside this much time and this much money to make this YouTube shit happen. She could throw everything she has at it. And she has a base and a foundation to start from that we don't have. Part of the reason she has 6,000 uploads is because she has disseminated the work. Now her Africans are doing it for her. She's got Nigerians editing her videos. So whereas somebody like me who's editor, director, producer, talent scout, and the whole nine, and some of you guys as well, she has a team and it builds on itself, right? She uploads more videos, more opportunities for virality. So it's gonna look like Pearl does more work, but no, she just has more Africans. When you listen to the Anton Daniels of the world, when you listen to the Obsidians of the world, they'll have you believe that she deserves her success.
If it's the same end result, and the result of whether you're marrying for love, marrying for money, marrying because it's family name, family legacy, the idea is that it's still a union that is still creating Black families.
But let me tell you why the why matters. Because the why is going to determine whether or not that union stays together or not.
Respectfully, I think you're contradicting yourself.
Okay.
Because I think,
Right.
Subsequently, other white people, other white men and women who are doing better than you deserve their success because they work harder than you and they want it more than you. The reality of it is that's not the case. Anybody who's worked in corporate America like S.Ed can attest to that. The reality is the fact that to get to a level to be neck and neck with our white counterparts, it means we have to be exceptional, means that we're not progressing. Because unfortunately, we've been led to believe that as Black people, the reason why these people are stuck in Chicago shooting themselves and these people are stuck in the slums and these people are stuck here is because they just didn't want it enough. They just didn't want it enough. They're lazy. These motherfuckers led us to believe that the products of ancestors who built this country are lazy, and we believed them.
Okay. Let's do this. Let's look up the word lazy. Lazy, unwilling to work or use energy. Unwilling to work or use energy. So if the argument is that when they call these Black people lazy, if the argument is that they're naturally this way, that it is innate, then yes, I would push back against that. If the argument is that by the time these people get to a working age, that they don't necessarily want to work for somebody else. They don't want to punch a clock. I wouldn't disagree with that, because I know I didn't want to. And I'm a product of the 70s. Really, I'm a product of the 80s. Really, I'm a product of the 80s and the 90s. Right? There's a difference between being raised and coming up. So I was raised in the 80s, but I came up in the 90s. Right? Raising is the thing that the parents and the people above you, your aunties and uncles, grandmothers, and those folks and stuff, that's what they do. Coming up is what you learn outside. So I was raised in the 80s. I came up in the 90s. And I could tell you by the time I got to 18, I did not want to work for nobody. I didn't want to. It was not a desire of mine. I didn't know, like, oh man, I wish I could go and get this job at such and such and then go work for them for 40 years and retire on 40%. Like, that was not in my head at all. Now, unwilling to use energy? Absolutely not. Absolutely not, right? And then unwilling to work. See, work implies that you're doing a job, right? But work can also be, as just described, podcasting. Like he said, when he's the director, the producer, the writer, the everything, you're doing everything, right? And even then, as a young man, I was willing to work. When I was 19, I was spending all my time in the studio trying to figure it out, right? And the thing about it is that we laugh at people, right? When we feel like they're in their late 20s, in their 30s, even 40s, still trying to do music, right? We laugh at that. The people who don't know how to do it, the people who you set in the front of a computer or a studio in the studio right now wouldn't know a single button to push. They laugh at people who actually have the talent or are capable of doing it, who know that this is the thing that they really want to do and they're really trying to get it done. And unfortunately, what we do is that we push financial success on people as it pertains to their talents. If you don't make money off of it, then it's useless. Right? But the fact of the matter is the evidence shows that these people are willing to work. They just want to work at things that they're passionate about. There's another word that describes your willingness to go punch a clock, and it ain't work. You're a capitulator. Right? There's something about it's necessity. That's the word. Necessity is the word. Yes, you'll go punch a clock because it's necessary. Because if you didn't have to do it, you wouldn't. So this thing where we try to brag about the fact, shout out to my man, John the Baptist. I've been working 70, 80 hours a week. Bro, I don't know why you think that that's going to mean something to a person like me. That's not nothing to brag about. Something to brag about is somebody who says, I worked 20 hours a week and I was able to obtain equally or more than the person who worked 80. That's something to brag about. But just saying I've been willing to punch a clock and stay on the clock for 10 hours plus a day, 7 days a week, I just never saw that as anything to brag about. So when they call Black people lazy, it's more complicated than just they don't want to do nothing or they don't want to work. That's BS. I would agree. That's BS. But if you make the argument that 51% of Black people don't want to actually punch a clock, I wouldn't push back on that. I'm not going to lie. I mean, shout out to my man from We Need to Talk, but if that's the argument, he's not saying that verbatim, but that's what I'm saying. If you make that argument, I will have to push back on that. You know, I see cats that have done things to where they to make sure they didn't have to punch a clock because they understood the level of slavery that comes along with that. Like it's like it's indebted servitude at that point. You know what I'm saying? You get stuck in that position where your everyday looks exactly the same. You know what I'm saying? And that is frustrating for some people because I know it was for me, the monotony of it all. You know, it's like working on the chain gang. Oh, every day. That is, whew, that's for the birds, bro.
I want to go further back. They led us to believe that the products of the ancestors who taught their ancestors how to wash are uncivilized, and we believed them. We have the gall to sit up on public platforms, not just to defend mediocre white women, but to tell our people that you're not doing it because you don't want it enough. You're not doing it because you're not part of my bag chasers or my mastermind this. But it's high time we start thinking these things through, and we start considering who our heroes are. And we start considering who deserves our attention, our patronage. Are we going to continue to fall for the optics of success or the reality? And I'll give you this quote as somebody who interviews women on a regular basis and has people DM me or even tell me in real life, man, how you find all these beautiful women, this, and that. I'll tell you this, and it's a double entendre. Hopefully the wise can hear it. Just because she looks good doesn't mean she smells good. And that's true for women, and that's true for men too. And the smell obviously is not necessarily scent, but it's also like character and things like that. If the people who have the largest followings in our community start sounding like white supremacists when you close your eyes, you know there's a problem.
If the people who have the loudest voices in our communities start sounding like white supremacists when you close your eyes, yo, that's one of the deepest things I've heard. That's one of the deepest things I've heard. This thing is doing what it want to do. This is so crazy to me that this whatchamacallit, I changed the settings and it's doing what it want to do still. Shout out to my man UT. That is so crazy to me. It played the wrong sound. I switched the sound and it still did what it wanted to do. It still played what it wanted to play. And that kind of threw me off too, I'm gonna be honest with you. So, but that was my man UT. He said, which one is being lazy? Working at a desk making 80K or working in a warehouse making 50K? Yeah, I see the argument that you're presenting, right? Because the person working in the warehouse is exuding more energy and more effort, right? It's a more laborious job. So I see the point that you're making. But I do know the conservative douchebag argument that would come behind that, right? And the conservative douchebag argument is going to be, but you're settling, right? That there was some more work that you could have put in that would have gotten you to the 80K. And so because you didn't do that work, then you're settling and you're not trying hard enough and all of this other stuff. That's going to be their argument. Do I agree with it? Of course not, because I'm not stupid. Just being honest. But I'm just saying the best way to be able to debate is to know how your opponent thinks. Right? So I know the arguments that they'll make. But that doesn't make it smart. Just makes it their argument. So but this comment that he just made, right? Let's hear it again.
Character and things like that. If the people who have the largest followings in our community start sounding like white supremacists when you close your eyes, you know there's a problem.
If the people who have the largest followings, I would also say the loudest voices, because I think that's what I said first. The loudest voices, the largest following sound like white supremacists. When you close your eyes. See, the key part in that statement is when you close your eyes. Right? And again, shout out to my man UT for the super chat. The Cash App and the super chat links are pinned to the top of the chat, as well as the regular super chat is available. So please support the platform. It's much appreciated. Everything counts. But the most prolific part of that phrase, that sentence, is when you close your eyes. And the reason why is because too often as Black people, and I'm not going to speak for everybody else right now. As Black people, is that we get distracted by what we see. Right? So I can put this person in front of you. If I put some jewelry on them, some diamonds on them, if I put a beard on them, if I put some long dreadlocks on them, if he's tall, if she's thick, big boobs, whatever. If I give them all of these distracting features, you now, because you like them, start justifying the rhetoric out of their mouths in your head. Now, what they're saying, as problematic as it may be, you try to see it for yourself where they coming from instead of understanding that it's some BS. Right? So one of the things that Anton says a lot is that Black culture is trash. I'm not here to argue whether it is or it isn't. Right? The problem is that it's not our culture. So, right? Like, it's not ours. It's borrowed. Right? It's programmed. It's downloaded. It's adopted. It's not our program. People act like the drug game is our game. They act like crime is our game. Right? Like as if we invented it. Like there was no drugs of any kind being peddled prior to crack. As if there was no murders being perpetuated prior to Black on Black. This is how they talk, like everything is ours. It's not ours. I remember I had a conversation with a couple of conservative douchebags and Tommy Sotomayor and a couple of other people. Every time I brung up the Italians, the mob, the mafia, whatever you want to call them, these dudes would deflect. I'm calling it Addy. You know how they say send the Addy? I'm calling it Addy with an I on the end, ADDI. It's ad hominem, deflection, dismissive, and irrelevant. They're either going to throw an ad hominem, they're going to deflect, they're going to be dismissive, right? Or they're going to say something that is completely irrelevant. Completely irrelevant. Right? So when I talk about the they jump all the way to now. Right? And they say, yo, but look how they doing now. Yes, exactly. Look how they doing now. But look at how long the Prohibition era lasted. Do you remember how long alcohol was illegal? You know how long they tried to go get those mafia and mob members about that alcohol? Might have been a decade and a half. I don't even think it was 20 years. We definitely got 30 as it pertains to crack. Probably was more than that. Right? They literally turned the drug war into an industry. Right? So come on. But they want to be dismissive of that. They're going to deflect from that. They're going to make irrelevant statements that have anything to do with anything. And then when they realize they're losing to me, they're going to make an ad hominem comment, which means nothing. Right? This is how the conservative douchebags debate. But the point is that when you, like he said, when you close your eyes and you listen to the thing that the person is saying, like you don't know him. You don't know anything about him. You don't know that he's a six-figure earner. You don't know that he's a millionaire. You don't know that he, got a beard. You don't know that his wife doesn't have to work. You don't know that he drives a Range Rover. Like whatever it is, all these things that y'all know and like about these people. When you don't know these things about these people, when you have to close your eyes and listen to what's coming out of their mouth, I guarantee you would have a difference of opinion about them. You would have a difference of opinion about them. I say this more frequently now than I've ever had to. I'm the same everywhere I go. The reason why I say that is because I keep seeing people be phony, be one way on one channel and another way on another channel. But if you close your eyes and I start talking, you know it's me. Based off what I'm saying. If they read you what I said, you would probably know it's me. Right? When we're listening to people who on one hand are saying one thing and then on the other hand saying something else, how would you even know who they are? Honest with you, I don't know. I'm not sure if he clipped that video the right way, because I'm not sure if I understood what was being said in that clip with him and Courtney and Anton. I'm not sure what that was specifically about, but he said something to the effect of Anton being contradictory, right? Well, what do you expect? Right? What can you absolutely expect from people who champion money over everything or pretentiously champion religion and then consistently do things that are outside of the religion that they claim? What else can you expect besides contradiction? Are you surprised? So I'm not. Let's get back to the video, because after this, we're going to go through some of the comments.
When they start spending more time and energy, either defending their ego or defending somebody who's counter to our progress, there's an issue. Pearl hiring staff was just smart business. She's been transparent that when she started out, it was just her. But she reinvested everything into building her team. She knows how to scale. Absolutely. Absolutely. One thing that our white brothers and sisters know how to do is leverage talent because they don't have it. One thing they know how to do is leverage talent because they don't have it. One thing they know how to do is exploit resources because they don't have it. And until we start to value our own talent, our own resources, they'll continue to. And to his point, it's just smart business. It's just survival. And
well, see, that's a general statement. It's a general statement that I disagree with. I don't think you can generalize white people not having talent. I don't think you can do that. Right? Now, this is not a shot at Obi. You're not doing anything that a white person isn't doing. Right? And not every team behind a white person is a black team. Right? So if white people didn't have talent, they wouldn't be able to assemble a white team and get similar results to you or I or anybody else for that matter. Right? So maybe you were just trying to be provocative right there, which I can appreciate because it gives me a chance to show contention. Right? I don't think you can make the argument, though, that they're just talentless. Right? In general. But do some white people profit off of the talents of others? Absolutely. It may be argued that the ability to profit off the talents of others is a talent within itself. Right? There may be a legitimate, rational argument for that, I'm not here to make it, that's for sure, but there may be an argument for that.
That's why I've always said, like, yo, if you don't like white people, like if you hate white people, for instance, you don't understand racism. You don't understand history, because the point is not to hate white people. The point is to know how to move around. I said a while back, some people speak because they have something to say. Other people speak because they have to say something. Unfortunately, in this manosphere, we've made famous the people who speak because they have to say something. I thought the manosphere was created because the white manosphere wasn't necessarily speaking to our specific issues. I thought the white manosphere wasn't as embracing of us. And that's why we created this space where we could talk specifically about black men and specifically to black women. Because again, as somebody who actually wants to speak from a place of understanding and knowledge and like competence, I listen to the divestors. I listen to the themists and thoughts. I listen to...
Okay, wait a minute. Let's back this up a little bit. Because here's where I'm going to have a problem with this. Right?
Sphere was created because in this manosphere, we've made famous the people who speak because they have to say something. I thought the manosphere was created because the white manosphere wasn't necessarily speaking to our specific issues. I thought the white manosphere wasn't as embracing of us. And that's why we created this space where we could talk specifically about black men and specifically to black women.
Yeah, so that's not what's happening though. Right? So you aren't specifically talking about black men, right? Here's what's ironic. Here's what's ironic about this space is that the only time that you're actually talking about black men is when you're talking about black women. Let me say that again. The only time that you're actually addressing or talking about black men is when you're talking about black women. Right? Now, for the slow people in the back, I'm not necessarily addressing Obi right now. I'm addressing the space. Right? My pushback is on his characterization of the space. Maybe that's what it was created for, but I don't think that is ever what's been happening. And I know I may be making that statement with the lack of information because they're always coming to me saying, oh, it was this whole period of time when it was Angry Man and it was GBS and OBS and PPT and WMA and all these other people that I don't know nothing about, right? So you would have to show me the video to prove it to me that they were actually talking about black men and addressing the things that actually affect black men on a macro level and not just women. Because all I see now is punching down. That's all I see. Whenever I see the black men in this space talking about black men, it's punching down. That's it. I'm doing better than the rest of these niggas. Y'all women should love me and not these other niggas. Pookies and Ray Rays. So I'm not sure what manosphere you talking about. Show me the black manosphere where they're actually addressing black men on a macro level. What we deal with, what we endure across the board, not just with black women, but with white men, the power structure, economically, right? The only time I hear the men in this space address the economic situation is two ways. When they're telling women, you don't deserve the nigga that makes six figures, and when they telling women, you got to be with the nigga that work in the warehouse. Again, the only time I hear these niggas talking about black men is when they talking about black women. I don't hear them addressing our plights at all. For a long time, I felt like I was the only one who would. And I had to do that on Fight Club and then got labeled a victim Olympian because I tried to. And you know who used to call me a victim Olympian? Black men. So y'all need to stop fantasizing about this manosphere, black manosphere, and what it is, because it is not that. It is not that at all. Y'all don't address the fact that I could argue a majority of the black men coming out of the hoods and black communities are literally walking around with PTSD. I don't never hear y'all talking about that. You talk about how much violence is in the hood, but I don't hear you talking about how it actually affects black men mentally and emotionally. I don't hear that. I don't hear none of you Negroes come out and talk about your mothers. I never hear y'all come out and say, you know what? That my mama was a hoe too. My mama was abusive too, physically and verbally. My mama abandoned me too. My mama let my grandmama raise me too. My mama gave me up for adoption too. I never hear y'all talk about y'all mamas. I came in talking about my mama. I came in talking about the plight that I dealt with growing up with black women, specifically me, not other niggas. I didn't come in pretending like I knew exactly what every dude was going through. I came in talking about me. You niggas don't talk about what black men are going through. You only talk about black men when you're talking about black women. And when you're punching down. We can't even have discussions on these panels. The minute I start out thinking, out winning, out debating somebody, but ain't you broke? Like, nigga, you can't call me fat and at the same time pretend like I'm starving. Make up your mind, dog. Again, not a shot at Obi. He don't be over here participating with us, which also I could take as a shot. Again, you're not over here hanging out with the black guys in the black manosphere. Whose channels do you go to? Let me guess. All the other guys that have reached the same success as you. This is why this ain't black manosphere, because y'all want a fucking hierarchy where you only include the people who've made it to where you made it at. That's why I know it ain't manosphere. This shit is high school at best. Everybody clicked up. So we can't talk pretentiously like we care about black people in general. No, you don't. No, you don't. Let me see it. You're tagged in the video. I know you're pretending like you didn't see it, right? Let me see it, Dr. Obi. Come over here and hit the link. When you see me live again and you see the link in the chat, come hit the link. Come have a conversation with me. Don't listen to what Courtney Michelle has to say about me. Don't listen to what Anton Daniels has to say about me. Don't listen to what anybody else you know might have to say about me. Don't read any reviews. Come see for yourself. Come have a conversation with me and find out for yourself, am I stupid? Or do I actually know what I'm talking about? And they scared because you don't have to have all the degrees that you all have to be sensible, to use your logic, to not be dumb, to understand the world around you, to be able to see and recognize, to be able to process information in real time, to debate. That came off as smoke. It's not. It's passion. Because I don't like pretentiousness. I don't like when y'all pretend like it's this we thing. It's not. You can't take a shot at one guy who you think is divisive about black people, but then you don't congregate with the rest of us. Because that's divisive. Yeah, I get it. Everybody can't make it. Cool. Then you don't care. I had this conversation the other day with somebody. Just because I know everybody can't make it don't mean I'm going to stop caring. I'm still going to care about the people who can't make it. I'll still have a conversation. But especially if they know they can't make it. Because that shows me a level of understanding that a lot of people in this space who's supposed to be the most successful with the most followers and loudest voices, they don't even have it. They're not even that self-aware to understand where their mistakes are. So, no, I'm not pretentious about this fucking black manosphere. Fuck the black manosphere.
Because again, as somebody who actually wants to speak from a place of understanding and knowledge and like competence, I listen to the divestors. I listen to the themists and thoughts. I listen to a bunch of people that I fundamentally might disagree with. But what breaks my heart is when them motherfuckers make better points than the people on this side of the manosphere. I see Bernard Riley. He posts. I think it's a thumbnail saying, "Who does more damage to black men, white women or black women?" And I'm like, yo, if I'm asking this question to a group of middle schoolers, I could understand how this might be a hard question to answer. But when I'm asking this question to niggas who were born in the 60s, 70s, and they're telling me that black women do damage to the level of white women, that the black woman who has you in child support court on the macro is more dangerous than the woman who got Emmett Till lynched. You're telling, like, but you have grown ass men who think comparing the damage that white women have done structurally, institutionally to us as a community and even us specifically as black men. Who taught them feminism? Like, do y'all niggas want to attack the cancer or you just want to attack the symptoms?
That's a horrible argument. That is a horrible argument. Man, this guy's a doctor. Now, again, this is not a shot. Y'all have to allow me to express myself the way I want to express myself without twisting it into something else. Or you can, and I don't give a fuck. But that's a horrible argument. I'm assuming you earned the doctor in front of your name. So that is crazy to me. But it also highlights my point that just because you're educated does not make you a great debater or a communicator for that matter. That is a terrible argument because what you stated is that they asked the question, who does? Now, we know what the argument is going to be here, right? The argument is going to be you're playing semantics. See, this is exactly what people always do when I start beating them in a debate. They accuse me of playing semantics when I'm simply going off what's being said. Right? Let me play it for you again. It was right here.
I see Bernard Riley. He posts. I think it's a thumbnail saying, "Who does more damage to black men, white women or black women?"
Who does? Who does? See, words have meaning. They do. It is what it is. You don't like it, too bad. They have meaning. Who does? That is specifically referencing now. So you cannot make the argument about Emmett Till, right? Because here's the thing. I would ask you, name me 20 Emmett Tills. You can't. We both know that you can't. Right? Now, when I say name me 20 paternity fraud cases, well, you don't have to name the people. We can go see it. We have the evidence. Right? We can just yell out names. Keisha, Tasha, Lisa, Mona, Renee, Barbara, Stephanie. And I guarantee you there's an episode of Maury where there's a whole bunch of women on there telling black men these they babies, and it ain't. Let's look at Nigeria, because I think you said you were African, right? The latest statistic coming out of Nigeria is that more than 30%, almost 40% of DNA tests come back as false, negative. That is affecting black men in real time, right? Child support cases. That is affecting black men in real time. Here we go with the BS with the internet. That is doing damage to them in real time. Right? What about abortions? How many? Millions of them? Do you think, what percentage of those abortions do you think the fathers didn't want them? What percentage of them do you think the fathers didn't know about them? See, we talking about damage, right? We're talking about the impact to black men, right? What about their mothers? But we can't have a conversation about black mothers. You can't talk about mothers. What are you doing? No. She did what she had to do, and she did the best she could. You don't think the impact of black mothers on black boys who become black men is greater than that of the white woman? Doctor. I mean, let me say it out loud one more time. Dr. Obi. See, you didn't say white people, you said white women. Put a number on it. How many men do you think lost their lives behind something a white woman said? Put a number on it. See, when you start really getting into the deeper conversation, This is where the addies come in at. The ad hominems, the deflections, the dismissals, and the irrelevant comments. This is not even hard, actually, right? This is why he had to make an argument using an Emmett Till worst case scenario. White woman lied, black man died, right? As if that's a million cases, right? That didn't happen a million times, but there's absolutely been a million destructive mothers who have torn their children's lives to shreds, ruined black men, sent them on the worst paths. And then I have to look at my chat and see people like Kim who says, neither one does damage. Men damage other men. You see that, Dr. Obi? Let me make sure I put that on the screen so you can see it. You don't think that's damaging? To actually suggest that black women don't do any damage to black men, you don't think that's destructive? I mean, don't get it twisted. I watched Dr. Obi's videos for a while. Like I said, I've been on his show. I know he produces some red pill centered content where he addressed women about the reality of their mindsets and their behaviors and their relationships with black men. So I know he understands it from that level. But I don't understand how he's trapped right here, right? Well, then again, let me correct myself because I do understand how. I understand it by the argument that he presented, which is why he had to go back in time. Even if I concede to being able to go back in time, I'll ask again. Since the white man landed in America, what percentage of black men, what number of black men lost their lives because the white woman said something? Give me a number. You're not even going to get a million. I want you to listen to his arguments. Watch this.
I'm like, yo, if I'm asking this question to a group of middle schoolers, I could understand how this might be a hard question to answer. But when I'm asking this question to niggas who were born in the 60s, 70s, and they're telling me that black women do damage to the level of white women, that the black woman who has you in child support court on the macro is more dangerous than the woman who got Emmett Till lynched. You're telling, like, but you have grown-ass men who think comparing the damage that white women have done structurally, institutionally, to us as a community, and even us specifically as black men, who taught them feminism? Like, do y'all niggas want to attack the cancer, or you just want to attack the symptoms?
See? Who taught them feminism? Yo, you know what the crazy part about it is? That he's giving white women the credit for teaching black women feminism. That is crazy to me. That is crazy to me. How? God, I wish he could come up. Somebody tell him to come up. How? Please tell me how. Because when this is all said and done, you know where that finger is going to point right back to? The white man. Feminism is the birth child of white supremacy. Feminism is the birth child of white supremacy. We don't have anything. So they put one white woman next to a black woman and let them raise their fists. And now y'all finna tell the world that the white woman is the one who convinced black women of feminism? Yo, the white man is the baddest man ever. This man is the coldest gangster of all time. because he has convinced the smartest black men that he is not responsible for what his white woman did. That is crazy. That message was bought and paid for. I grew up in Chicago, from Cabrini Green to the west side to the south side. All those women share the same feminist ideology. My mama didn't have no white friends. What are you talking about? My mama didn't have no white friends. That feminism is a programming. They used white women and black women to push that message. All of those TV shows of single white women, all of those TV shows of single black women, and some of them single mothers that came out in the 70s, possibly even the late 60s, but 70s and all of that. Mary Tyler Moore, That Girl, One Day at a Time. Yes, that might have been white women acting in those scripts, but it was written, produced, directed, and funded by white men. What are you talking about? Listen, I'm going to say it one last time before I remove it off screen. Dr. Obi, look at the comment right here. She is saying that black women don't do any damage to black men. I wonder what your response would be to that. Ad hominem, deflection, dismissive, irrelevant, another addy, right? Now, I expect more from you probably, but I know you wouldn't want to. I don't give a damn what you say. You wouldn't want to address it. You wouldn't want to, right? Because then you would have to acknowledge this. And then you would have to quantify it and tell me, what percentage of women do you think actually present like that? Give me a number. I don't care what you say. 30%, 40%. Guess what we're going to do? We're going to put that in mathematical terms. Even if you say 30%, right? Overall, there's 22 million black females in America. 10%, guess what that is? 2.2 million. So guess what 30% is? 6.6 million. So even at 30%, that's 6.6 million black women who think like this, which is damaging in itself. What do you think those relationships are like with black men? Huh? Think they're healthy? Or you think they're damaging? You think they're maybe toxic, right? Unhealthy, right? 6.6 million. I guarantee you there has not been 6.6 million white women who said, he whistled at me and a black man lost his life. The short of it is that was just a horrible argument, doctor. It was a horrible argument, even if I didn't disagree with it. But let's get back to your video.
The nerve, where's the camera? The nerve of you white women. You guys stood by us toxic white males through centuries of our crimes against humanity. You rolled around in the blood money, And occasionally, when you wanted to sneak off and hook up with a black dude, if you got caught, you said it wasn't consensual. Yeah, that's what you did. That's what you did.
We have the audacity, we have the unmitigated goal, shout out to Stephen A. Smith, the impetus to say that women are less logical than men. Women are more emotionally based than men. Like how am I or anybody else supposed to defend us logically, factually, facts over feelings, right? Against the divestors, against the neo-feminists, the radical feminists, when we have stooped to some levels lower than them. So somebody sent me Bernard Riley's stream and the FD signifier was on there. Do I agree with FD signifier? No, obviously not. I think the nigga's pandering a little bit. But when I just optics, right? I'm just watching 5-10 minutes of the stream and he's more composed than the black men who are standing up for black men. I'm like, man, you lost. Because I thought we were supposed to win on logic.
We are. I agree. We are. With each other. Can't do that with women. See? Read it, Dr. Obi. You want me to read it for you? Because I will. Beans. I'm just saying men control everything. So we can't damage anything we don't control. And there you have it. See, Dr. Obi, you should get this. I shouldn't have to explain it to you. I might have to explain it to my chat, but not to you. You should understand immediately why this is problematic. Tyrone Church said, children don't control your house, but you can destroy it. Well, I think he meant damage it, right? But see, this is what I mean. The proper way to respond to this is by saying, when she says men control everything, we don't. See, that's the point, is that we don't. Black men don't control everything. Specifically in our community, we don't control the majority of things, right? So that's a deflection. Then she says we can't damage anything we don't control, which is not true, right? That's like saying you can't throw a rock through somebody else's house because you don't own it. Most of the time, women are committing the most damage when they're in controlled situations. You're causing the damage because you want to control the situation. It's your way of taking control. He won't do what I'm telling him to do, so I'm calling the police. He won't do what I'm telling him to do, so I'm parentally alienated. He won't do what I'm telling him to do, so I'm breaking his heart and leaving him. He won't tell me I'm right, so I'm being argumentative and destroying the relationship. Sister Hanifa said, Kim, no one molds the mind of our children more than us as women. We can do a ton of damage with just that. See, the sister understands this, right? Dr. Obi, You just made the argument that we're supposed to win with logic, and somehow you chose to divest from logic. For what reason, I don't know. I can't call you a simp or a panderer or any of those things because I don't believe you're any of that. I am truly baffled by why you would make the argument that you made. And I'm not saying this because she's a woman, but I'm saying even the sister understands the power that they have, the damages that they have done. You can't sit on a panel as a black woman and talk crazy about the black men that exist while simultaneously saying we raised them alone, and then at the same time not take credit for the outcome. And right now, right, the feminist mindset is saying, yeah, but let's have the argument about why they raised them alone. Well, we can't, because you just want to say the men ran away. And that's not the truth, especially not for 2024. But as we have learned due to resurfacing images and videos and audio, that a lot of women were choosing to do this alone, specifically because they were foregoing the relationship, right? Now we have to talk about the psychology of relationships and how it applies to men, and how men will absolutely see themselves as a part from that household and yourself and the children in it when he doesn't have a relationship with the mother. You might want to say that it's not fair, but so what? Because it's a lot of things that we can highlight that aren't fair about the psychology of women, but you want us to accept it. And the damaging part is that for decades, men were trying to capitulate to all of the ever-changing demands of black women just to still be told no and not good enough. But this man, a doctor, is arguing that anybody else outside of the white man has done more damage to black men than black women is insane to me. Incredible. Stupid. Respectfully. If it was anybody else besides you, Dr. Obi, I would call them stupid. I don't want to seem like I'm playing favoritism. It does not mean that I believe you're stupid. It means that the take is. The suggestion is. The idea is. That's crazy to me. All I'm saying is, I don't want it to be true, but it has to be true because it is. It has to be said because it is, rather. You can't correct reality by lying about it. It has to be truthful. Right? And again, just so this part isn't forgotten. At the beginning, he said that they made a video saying, who does more damage? That's present tense. That's present tense. Right? So right now, it's not even close. Who does more damages? Mothers alone. Okay? Let's finish out the video so we can get to the comments.
I thought we were supposed to win on the superior argument, but now we're playing the ad hominem game. Who can be louder? Who can talk over who? Who can flex? Who can convince the crowd in the chat that if we were face to face, I would win in a fight? That's where we are.
Yes. It is. Thank you. That's where we are. Thank you. Now you are honestly and accurately depicting the manosphere, the black manosphere. Yes, you're right. 100%. That's what it is. Thank you. Yes. Yes. And I've participated in it. Yes. I have definitely invited people to Chicago. Yes. And Kentucky. Yes. Yep. Because when they start doing those things you aforementioned, right? The ad hominems and all of that, when I realize that it's not an actual conversation or genuine debate anymore, then why not? Okay, I know what it is that you want. You just want to go down this rabbit hole. So let me give it to you, right? So you're right. And I hold accountability of myself for my participation in it. Yeah, I agree with you.
I think catharsis is important. I think men deserve an opportunity to have their grievances heard or have their grievances articulated. And that's what I do to women. I articulate men's grievances to women. However, do you want to be angry or do you want things to change? Do you want to be angry or do you want a future where your son doesn't suffer some of the things that you did at the hands of white supremacy, ultimately, our women specifically? And unfortunately,
whoa, I like that. White supremacy, ultimately, are women specifically. See, right there, that sounds like an acknowledgement. But I'm assuming that when you say white supremacy, you're also including white women in that. I can't necessarily argue with you if you are. But once you make the distinction between white supremacy and white women, right, as it pertains to white women versus black women, then that's where we're going to defer every time, apparently.
Unfortunately, if we just keep regurgitating and spinning, yeah, that bitch did this to you or this bitch did that to me, it doesn't move the needle. And we need to be able to, even if we make space for this, we need to make more space for that. Because this, again, despite if you go overseas and you prop up another man's economy, I would hope that some of that survivor's remorse would still stick with you because there's another version of you here still who could not afford to go overseas.
Yes. I understand the point that you're making. I understand the point that you're making, but I want to know, Dr. Obi, if you believe that we can have this conversation or this dialogue without women, because I don't think we can. And I think you see exactly what happens when we have these dialogues with women. It turns into exactly what the relationships look like. These women come on these panels and they don't know us from anywhere. And they're exactly who they are. They are. They don't respect us. They don't value us. They don't appreciate our logic. They don't appreciate our wisdom, our information, nothing. They show you exactly how they rock in relationships, right? Not saying that the men don't. I'm saying that that's what happens when we include women in the conversations. We get nowhere by having a bunch of men having a conversation by themselves, right? The unfortunate part is that we get nowhere by involving women in the conversation. There is no win here. I'm going to tell you what happens. Let's say we take a beautiful woman, right? She's light-skinned. Beautiful black woman, light-skinned. Beautiful light-skinned black woman. I said that backwards. Beautiful light-skinned black woman. We put her on a panel. She says all of the things that we would want to hear. Fit, feminine, friendly, submissive, cooperative, don't want to be a hoe, your children, my husband, your way, you lead, I follow, right? Now, of course, you know, she's going to be called a pick-me, right? By the women. Then the men will begin to idolize her, right? And that may even become problematic for her relationship later on down the line, but let's just stick to current events, right? So she's going to be called a pick-me by the majority of the women. They're not going to listen to her. They're going to think she has pretty privilege. They're going to think the men are just giving her what she wants because she's passing for, you know, white, so to speak, right? So It's not going to work out well, right? Switch that up. Black woman, pretty, dark skin, black woman. We put her on the panel. She's saying all the same things. Fit, feminine, friendly, submissive, you lead, I follow, right? She's going to be able to pick me, right? If she has a man that's paying for everything, then they're going to say, well, of course she's doing that. Her man pays for everything, right? If she doesn't have a man that's paying for everything, then she's stupid and she's settling, right? We put a woman in on the panel. She's overweight. Traction doesn't really matter as much, right? She's a pygmy and she fat. That's why she's saying that, because she thirsty. She need a man. We don't need no man. There is no win, right? Because there is a deeper level of programming. I don't care who you put out front. It's never going to matter. There is a deeper level of programming by the powers that be, whatever you want to call them, to make you sleep better at night, right? We're outnumbered. There's not enough YouTube channels in the world to supersede the already, more than a century-long programming effect. There's no way to compete. They are what they are. Right? And the same thing about the men, really, to be honest with you. Because, they always like to make these arguments. Competition breeds everything. You need competition, competition, competition. So it's always a competition. So I can't come on the panel as a person who struggles financially with somebody that has made it financially. We both have our issues with women, but his issues with women are based on the fact that there's something wrong with women, and my issues with women are based on the fact that there's something wrong with me. You see how it's never going to fucking work? It's never going to work. They're going to make the argument that Miguel, who's standing on the side of the road getting oranges, gets fit, feminine, friendly cooperation, but then they'll turn right around and make the argument that I don't deserve it, even though I have my own house, own car, own money, own business. Black people are stupid. I hate to just be the one to say it like that, but it's just true. We are programmed idiots. You can't wake these fools up. It's not going to happen. Can't do it. So guess what we're going to do in the meantime? We're going to have these conversations. We're going to jump on YouTube. We're going to jump on Instagram. We're going to jump on TikTok. We're going to jump on Facebook. And we're going to have these conversations alone and together. And we're going to argue and we're going to bicker for the world to see it. And a few of us are going to make some money off of it. Not me, of course. I've been live for over an hour and a half. You haven't seen the super chat button go off. One time you saw that. And that was from UT, who is a member of my team. But all of the other people watching ain't sent a dime. Right? So what does that mean? That my message sucks? That's what y'all argument would be. Oh, he's not entertaining. His message must suck. He don't know what he's doing because they not sending him all this money. Meanwhile, when we get to the comments from your video, you'll see exactly what people know about Anton Daniels, and yet they still send him all their money. This is the point, is that we always want to punch down. There is no saving black people. We are fucking stupid, bro. As a unit, it's a clown show. We don't support the real. We support the feel good. Let's finish the video.
I thought men were solutions oriented. I thought when the world was falling apart, our women, our children are supposed to look to us as a paragon of strength, as a pillar. As you know what, shit is falling apart, but you know daddy is still standing tall. Daddy is still composed. And again, I'm not saying this as somebody who hasn't been a black man. I'm a black man. A lot of this stuff, the reason I can articulate them so well is because I've experienced them.
Yes, but what you are doing, though, is you're demonizing people who are demonstrative. And you know what? Respectfully, you can kiss my ass. And I mean that with all due respect. People are going to be different, right? Where I usually hold people accountable is being stupid and how they treat other folks. You're gonna have your personality. These emo ass people with all the dark ass makeup and dark hair and black everything, and everything is, you know, and I just, and so, and the, bro, that shit is dumb to me. It is depressing to see it, but I don't mistreat them. I don't spend my time punching down on them because that's their personality. But if you're stupid, you're stupid. That's not your personality. You don't have to be stupid. So I'll talk my shit about you being stupid. If you mistreat people, that's not your personality. You don't have to do that. You don't have to mistreat people like that, because I know there's people in your life that you don't mistreat, which means it's a choice, which means I can judge you for it. But if you're going to judge me because I'm demonstrative based on what has historically been done to me, being demonstrative is a part of my personality, particularly when I'm frustrated with conversations, then oh well. I think it's more of a problem on you that you somehow can't hear my words based on the tone of my voice. Let me give you an example. This is me whispering, I like Jordans. My favorite Jordans are the Jordan 11s and then the Jordan 1s. This is me talking in my regular voice. I like Jordans. My favorite Jordans are Jordan 11s and then Jordan 1s. This is me talking kind of demonstratively. I like Jordans. And Jordans are my Jordan 11s are my favorite Jordans. And then Jordan 1s. This is me yelling angrily. I like Jordans. And Jordan 11s are my favorite Jordans. And then Jordan 1s. Now, is there anybody who can tell me that they didn't understand the words out of my mouth in either one of those examples? Because here's the thing. If you're willing to say that you didn't understand what I said in either one of those examples, then you're retarded. Not me. You're the problem, not me. I said the exact same thing each time, and you heard me each time. So you know what that means? When I'm being demonstrative on a podcast and you try to pretend like that somehow takes away from what I'm saying, you're the asshole, not me. Care more about what I'm saying than how I'm saying it. There's a reason why I'm frustrated. Just like even now, there's a reason why I'm being passionate. Because I believe in what I'm saying dearly. And I hate the fact that people are stupid enough to pretend like they don't understand what I'm saying right now, which is, you heard what I said. So why are you taking the time to pretend like you didn't hear what I said? Why do you rather focus on me and the fact that I'm demonstrative and the way I'm saying it instead of just having a conversation with me? Because you know you heard what I said. Checkmate. This is how my mind works. So whenever anybody is trying to come at me about being demonstrative, even though lately you see when I'm on other people's panels, I try to check myself. When I explode, I try to calm myself down. I'll even apologize for it, right? Because I'm on somebody else's panel. That's the only reason why. because I'm on somebody else's panel. Well, that's not the only reason why. The other reason why is because I don't want people to think that that's me all day, every day. But the biggest reason is because I'm on somebody else's panel. Shout out to Chocolate Bunny. She said, I got you, Beans. I understand your message. Thank you. Thank you so much. Not just for the super chat, but for understanding the message.
I appreciate you. You loyal.
That thing look like it's thanging back there too. You can't be distracting me with that thing, girl. Let's get back to the video. We're almost done.
I have the same grievances. I have the same issues. But I still understand we have to keep the main thing the main thing. And the more easily distractible we are, whether sexually, rhetorically, like the more we end up looking like a joke. It's easy to piss off a black man. It's easy to get under a black man's skin. We want to critique the Democrats because they know it's easy to get black people to react. It's easy to get black people to vote with their feelings. And we try to tell the story, but it's because we're a matriarchy and it's ruled by women, which is true. However, when I watch some of these spaces, it's easy to get black men to think with their feelings. It's easy to get black men to react. So brothers,
you might not see, this is what I'm saying. I'm not even going to disagree with you, right? I'm not going to disagree with you that doesn't happen. I'm not going to say that. But what I am going to say is that what y'all do too often is that you pretend like every single person who is demonstrative is somehow not following the conversation. Ask Aaron O. Aaron O wants me to calm down on panels, right? Well, it's not like we've been talking about it recently. It's been months since we've had that conversation, right? But the fact of the matter is he wanted me to be able to calm down on panels. But he understood exactly that even in this moment where everybody's trying to hold him being demonstrative against him, he is kicking this person's ass in this debate. Like he is 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 steps ahead of this person. And now, because I'm the one that's more stoic, I'm going to take the mic from Beans and I'm going to relay the same message that he just relayed, just in a stoic way. And now you're going to act like you get it. See, that's a you problem, not a Beans problem. Because the reason why I'm being demonstrative is because you're stupid. See, that's my reaction to your stupidity. That's why I'm saying, even though I can't necessarily disagree with him when he says that sometimes we get into our feelings, y'all just don't believe it that some people are actually having a reaction to your stupidity. Y'all won't believe it. I seen Illa say the same thing the other day on Ham Show. Like, I think it was Ham Show. It might have been somebody. No, I think it was Ham Show. Where he was like, yo, I just don't like stupid shit. I don't like stupid people. That's why you see the frustration in my body language, in my face. Because you just can't believe it sometimes. Like, God damn, how can this person be this damn stupid? Trying to tell you.
if we want better, we have to be better. And that doesn't just stop at performing better. That doesn't just stop at making more money. But that starts and stops at your perspective on the world and your perspective on problems and being able to see past what shit looks like and being able to see past the symptoms and get to the disease. The world will not take the black manosphere serious because it claims to be pro-black male, but not pro-black.
Hey, if you've made it all the way to the end, please click that like and subscribe button. Also share this with somebody that you think would gain value from it. Also, shout out to our Patreon executive producers and VIP members. Make sure you head over to Patreon and check out some.
Crazy. It looks like you got a team just like the white girl, don't you? No, I know. Executive producer, right? They paying into the Patreon, so you're highlighting them on here. It's like they, executive producing a TV show or something, right? I get it. All right. So let's do this. Again, shout out to Dr. Obi. No smoke for him. Pushback is all on the takes and not the man, right? Let me say it again for the people who gonna twist this to them. The pushback is on the takes and not the man, right? Now, what I want to do is I want to show you some of the comments that were in this particular video that he did. Let's take a look at these. Why is it? Oh, it is. Okay, there we go. All right. The Passport OG said, how many black towns were erased from the map? How many progressive black men disappeared in the night? Simple-minded black folk that say it's about hard work are 1, willfully ignorant, or 2, haven't been here long enough. Every black man get their nigga wake up call. Black folk are the hardest working Americans. Salute. Great video. Okay. If you don't understand racism in all its forms and how it works, then everything you think you understand will only confuse you. Okay. Apparently that was from Dr. Francis Cress Wilson. Strike Back 1080. I said it before and I'll say it again. MLK, who conservatives and liberals of all shades love to quote and misrepresent, said that black people who reach a position of status and look down on other black people are the epitome of disrespect. See King writings in the late 60s for evidence. Where do we go from here is one book to reference. Great analysis as usual. Thanks for saying this. A lot of black conservatives believe ignoring the problems of the world and getting your money up is the solution for the advancement black America. It's not. Rosewood and Tulsa beg to differ. I can just hear Uncle T in my head right now saying, Tulsa, y'all don't even know they built Tulsa back up. As if that somehow mitigates the fact that it still happened. It's hilarious. Fantastic perspective. The rules are different for the black community, always has and always will. We have to do better and improve as a community because an argument can be made that no one outside the black community wants to see the black community win. I can make the argument that the people who are from the black community don't want to see the black community win. These dudes are pretentious at best. They don't really care about the black community. The fact of the matter is, I am all the evidence you need that these niggas don't give a shit about the black community. They don't give a shit about me. And I'm right here with them. And instead of saying, yo, look, this guy is an example of what happens when these decisions are made, they say, look at what this guy doesn't have. Let me see. I'm Key Jane 22 said Anton is a clown who inherited his money. Somebody asked inherited from where? Apparently his father passed away on the job and his family filed a wrongful death suit against the city and won. Somebody said, Jay People said where he got his money from is irrelevant. He is a clown regardless. I think I agree with that. Right? Like, I'm not sure if where he got his money from is relevant, bro. Not the clown part. but where he got his money from, I think that might be irrelevant. RTS 94 said, I feel you and I agree he's a clown, but part of what makes him a clown is that he's acting like he got his riches out the mud while clowning everyone else. Well, that's a good point. Now, that part I'm not going to lie. That's a good point. That is. Right? Because imagine if I, right now, right? Brokety broke. Tomorrow I go win the lottery. Now I got the bag. And then I start coming on here. Yeah, all you broke niggas need to get y'all money up, man. See, this was wrong with you niggas. You niggas ain't got no money. See, like me, you understand what I'm saying? Because I got, the Ferrari outside. You know what I'm saying? I'm in the mansion that got his own zip code. You see how that look now? So I think that's a good point. Right? But I ain't really watched none of Anton's old content. So I can't even make the argument, right, that he is saying he got it out the mud. I know he talked about having a restaurant business. That's it. I honestly don't. That he had a restaurant business that he decided to close down, even though it was profitable for whatever reason. And I think I heard not too long ago, he said he still got a job for a specific reason. You know what I'm saying? Like, I still got this corporate position or whatever for this specific reason because it's shoring up something for the future. So I can't make this argument about him saying he got it out the mud. But if that's true, it's a good point. Okay. Let's skip past some of this because this is all going into that. See, this Anton is the same guy who used to lie like he was a software engineer. See, I don't know nothing about all that. We are rooting for the content makers like you to succeed, but it's a steep hill to climb. That's a fact. But he doing all right. You know what I'm saying? Like, this video is he got 10,000 views. I ain't got 10,000 views on one video. He got 79,000 subscribers. 10% of that would be 7,900. Well, the likes. Let me click the like as well. It could be, yeah, this could be a lot better on the views because I see channels like when they do uploads where they get more views than they have subscribers. So he could be doing better, but he's still doing good. Like I said, I ain't got 10,000. You know what I'm saying? My most recent upload, well, that was on the Team PodMob channel. But shout out to We Need to Talk. I've been subscribed to him for a while, so he damn sure didn't have no 80,000 subscribers when I subscribed. So he doing all right.
Podcast.
That Bill Burr clip was the icing on the cake. Another great video, my guy.
$20 through Super Chat. I can now say, and I seen your little podcast. Off the chain.
Man, salute to you, Wrong Image. I definitely appreciate that. Definitely the original brand. I seen your little podcast. And I definitely appreciate you for tapping in. Yeah, because a lot of other people haven't. No. Yeah, but we sure appreciate that super chat, man. No diggity, no doubt.
I appreciate you. You loyal.
Okay, so Cool Breeze 2.0 said feelings are human. Black men are human. Thank you, Cool Breeze. Thank you. Somebody is finally acknowledging this, right? The Black manosphere is about issues facing Black men, not the community as a whole. That last part, I disagree. Those last two sentences, the first two sentences, feelings are human, Black men are human. Cool Breeze, salute to you for the acknowledgement. I think sometimes people tend to forget that. But the Black manosphere is about issues facing Black men. Sorry, sir, that's not true. Sorry, sir, that is not true. The Black manosphere is about Black men, typically conservatives, punching down on other Black men who haven't met their level of success. And here's the irony of it. You got guys that make 6 figures that punch down on guys that make 50K. When there are men in the world younger than them who make 10 times as much money as they make. But you don't see them get on here and punch down on themselves. You don't see them get on here and say, man, I have not done well in my life, man. It's guys out here making $1 million a year. And I'm stuck on this 100K. I ain't shit, man. Right? Because the hierarchies that they care about are the ones when they're on the top. They don't give a damn about the hierarchies where they on the bottom. That shit don't matter. So I disagree. Anytime anybody try to pretend like this Black manosphere is about Black men, I just be like, yo, you're tripping. When did you have that conversation with Courtney and Anton? I'd be interested to hear how it went. Thanks again as always. Yeah, me too. Let's see. Is this the 2 hours? And he put the ad in there. Good work. Man, that is good work, man. he put the video and the timestamp? Yes, he did. He did. Shout out to this guy, man. And then look, as soon as I pull up, it's 3 super chats right there for the girl. Let me stop hating, even though I'm not. I love hating on women. It's just too easy for them. All they got to do is be halfway cute and come on YouTube and go, and then there you go, 100K subscribers. Dix Bowman says, same rich people rhetoric. Everyone can't be successful. Everyone can't be successful. Everyone can't. Yes, everyone can't be successful at the same level. Everybody can be successful, just not at the same things. I like that one better. It's too many people to compete against each other. All the other countries, illegal immigrants, legal immigrants, college kids. The biggest lie is the opportunity is there. It's not for everyone. You can make efforts, yes, but outcomes are not guaranteed. It's who you know most times. I could probably come up with a thoughtful retort to that, but I won't even try to. How about that? Okay. Mr. Holland said, I just subscribed. Your channel needs to blow up. Finally, somebody who understands what the core of the Black manosphere is supposed to be about. I also have no issue with women being on panels either. However, there should be no more than one woman per panel. You're bugging. Because the whole point is supposed to be for them to now listen to us. Because they had their times for the past 40 plus years via mainstream media who muted our voices to defend their attacks against us. Also, when you have only one woman on the panel, she tends to listen and understand a lot more than when there are two or more women, because when there's more than one, they tend to automatically go sisterhood, listen to respond, and no longer listen to understand. Mr. Holland, I won't critique your examination, but I'm going to say I respectfully disagree. I think one woman on the panel is problematic. So most people who know me know that my favorite panel is 6 women, 4 men. Men in general overtalk women anyway, right? We don't need a bunch of men ganging up on one woman, right? That's just a bad look, right? You're saying that in your belief that this one woman is going to be the epitome of what we want women to be as it pertains to listening to understand. But what if she isn't? Do you understand how problematic that's going to be? When it looks like she has to defend herself from 9 different dudes or 4 different dudes or whatever, right? So to me, in my opinion, 6 women, 4 men is always the perfect panel. The reason why is because usually at least 2 of those women are going to raise the intellectual standard at a minimum, right? So when they raise their intellectual standard, you know what happens to the other 4 women? They look stupid, right? So now it looks like, man, you know what? The majority of women are petty, stupid, unintelligent, emotional, illogical, right? But you had these 2 women who are. So now we have hope. Maybe, just maybe, those 2 women can get the other 2 women to see where they're coming from. If they can get one other one to just hop on. I've seen this play out in real time, right? I was on a panel on the Chic Critique a while back. Me, Logic, and 2 other cats. I can't remember who they were right now. And 6 women. And you see while we're talking, you see the 2 women, you can immediately identify them that are not the kind of women who are going to say, you know what? This is the thing that I'm supposed to say because I'm a woman. This is the thing I'm supposed to say to protect the sisterhood. You see immediately who those 2 girls are, right? So now when the other women are, if the other women are being combative, which that wasn't really a combative show. It wasn't like we was getting into it or nothing. But when you see the other women being straight up feminist, being womanist, you can see that they're saying this thing just because they're a woman. And that is the thing that we just can't convince women is problematic for them. Like, you're always going to be looked down upon as it pertains to your intellect when we can tell that the things that you are saying specifically because you're a woman. But now that we can highlight those differences, it's like, they do exist. Now we can see the smart, intelligent, I'm not going to dumb myself down. I don't need to be a feminist 24 hours a day type women. You understand? And then now you have those to juxtapose against each other. If it's just the one woman on the panel and she's just a dingbat, delusional type person, then, and nobody's getting through to her, all that does is just make women look completely bad. For us as Black people, for whatever reason, whenever we're in those kind of spotlights, we are a representation for our race and gender. So that's why I think having one woman is problematic. Right? Kenny Cherry said, you ever thought about having a collab or interviewing Coach Greg Adams? No. Have you ever thought about having a collab with Beans? Have you ever thought about having a collab with Lil Podcast? See, this is what I'm saying. Stop trying to push these same niggas into the box. Make these guys have conversation with guys who they think they're better than. Make these guys have conversations with guys that don't have the degrees, but they can stand in front of them and challenge them. Make them do that. No, all you niggas with 50,000 or more subscribers just hang together. The rest of you niggas pull yourself up by your bootstraps. It's not a challenge to go hang out with people who say the exact same thing you say. Have a conversation with people who are going to disagree with you, who are going to push back with you. but do it genuinely, in good faith. I'm not going to disagree with a person just to disagree with them. If I agree with you, I'm going to say it. If I don't, I don't. And now I'm getting to the point where I don't want to have circular arguments. Specifically not on lives. It's a waste of time. Right? So no, respectfully, don't go to Coach Greg Adams. Come debate beans. That's what you do. What does this say? Pesty Observer says, there's no money in men being healed. There's money in us staying angry. Unfortunately, that's what I think. A lot of this manosphere stuff ended up getting diluted because a lot of dudes don't really have anything to say about getting better. They just now are scouring the internet, spreading stories of look what this woman did or check out these statistics. There's an emotion in that interactivity that can become addicting, but it's personal choices to the men in it on whether they want to get better or they just want to wallow in the times. Oh, there's more. Oh, great video, bro. Okay. There's no money in men being healed. I agree. He's talking about this space specifically. So no, there's no money in men being healed. Look what this woman did. Check out these statistics. It's a lot of that going on. I don't know if we can shame men for it. Right? I do understand how it becomes redundant. I won't pretend like I don't get that part of it. You don't have to watch it all, right? Nobody says that you specifically, not you, Pesty Observer, but you, anybody, has to watch all of it, right? A lot of times when I combat things that are redundant, I just keep scrolling. Heard it all before, right? Specifically, if it's from the same content creator. Sometimes if it's new, I might check it out just so I can see if they're taking a different angle. Because sometimes people take different angles. I think that's what makes myself, I think that's what makes Aaron O, I think that's what makes Hamp really good at what we do, because we take different angles. And when you take different angles, specifically when you have a panel, now you open up the dialogue better. Because now they're not just seeing it from that narrow point of view. So now they have to respond from, the broader point of view. So I think that I get what you're saying, but I think we have to allow, bro, this is what they're not going to tell you. This podcasting stuff, this is really, this podcasting stuff is really people's diary, bro. That's what it is. It's people's diary. It's people's therapy. You know what I'm saying? Like, these are their therapy sessions when they get on here and they get to have a few people listen to them. When you come from a background where nobody is listening to you. Right? So we have to understand that. And why the heck is my... God, bro. Okay. I think I know what. Oh, no, I don't. It's not even on. I don't understand this, man. My stream elements is not working. But yeah, so that's that part. It's not on. Yeah, I don't know what's going on, man. I got to figure this out, bro. I don't know why it's doing this, but so damn, I don't know how long it was on that. I was reading that and y'all didn't see the screen. I think that's all I want to do on this. Yo, oh man, people really do be sending super things, huh? That's crazy. Like the show is over, they come back, comment, and send a super thanks. Must be nice. See what I'm saying? And another one. That's $60 right there in super thanks. That's crazy. Oh, here goes some pushback from some fake account. Nah. Marcel said, you talking about Emmett Till is the same people blaming their problems on slavery. You're a grown-ass man and don't seem to know the people closest to you do the most damage personally. Don't know if I can disagree with that last part of that sentence. Right? I don't know if I disagree with that last part of the sentence, right? But this conflating that we do a lot of times of conversations, I'm pretty sure I'm guilty of it too, right? You talking about Emmett Till is the same as people blaming their problems on slavery. It's not. It's not. I understand what he was trying to do, but you can't do that because it's not, right? Because what he was specifically addressing about Emmett Till was white women, right? And not the system of slavery or what it did to black people on an economic level, right? So, but I understand the point. So I don't want this silly guy to think that I don't, because I do, right? But yeah. Alkaline Man said, in war, you have to rebuild the nation you destroyed and revive the people. Why are we the only people, tribe, who hasn't been compensated? Even if I agree with you, the argument is that slavery wasn't a war. Right? So if that's the case, if war was was requisite of nation rebuilding, then they can just make the argument that slavery wasn't a war. Right? Now don't tell me I'm playing semantics. Right? Words matter. That's the point. Right? The only time that I get frustrated with people with this is when I say something specifically that I know they understand what I'm saying. Like if I said, that's a badass chick over there. Nobody's going to be like, what do you mean she's bad? How do you know she's not good? Like nobody's going to do that because they understand what I mean when I say that. Right? But if I say something specifically in a way and a person says, they take it literally, right? I'm gonna be like, okay, no, I see why you think that. No, what I really meant was this. Yeah, that might not be the right word. I have no problem with correcting that because I want to be understood and I want to have the conversation in good faith. We got to get away from this. Every time somebody takes you literal, you want to, oh, you're playing semantics. Like, come on, man. Like, all right. So anyway, shout out to Dr. Obi from We Need to Talk. Been subscribed for a long time. He is almost at 80,000 subscribers. Look like he need another 100 or so. So if you haven't subscribed to We Need to Talk, my suggestion would be to click that subscribe button, go over to the channel. The link to this original video is in the description. All right. So definitely go over there and subscribe to him. and appreciate him for this video. Now, oh Lord, I'm clicking the wrong thing. I'm gonna definitely have to go check that out. Let me see. Do I want to? I was gonna say, do I want to do the other video? But I don't think I do, because y'all trying to make me work for free. Okay. But there are so many. You know what? Let me say this too. So if you subscribe to the new team channel, the new team PodMob channel, and you look at the shorts we posted, a lot of it look like it's me talking. So let me say this. The app that I use to break the shorts down is called Opus, right? And so you take your video and you upload it to Opus, and then it automatically chops the videos up into shorts anywhere from 30 seconds to 2 minutes, right? I think it's possible that it can do it longer than that, but I usually have mine trimmed down to that much, right? So it makes it easier to trim them up if I need to. And it just so happened that it breaks the videos down where it's me talking a lot. So I want to make sure I said that, because I didn't want people to be like, yo, it was on my mind. I was really thinking about if my team was going to look at it like that, but it's not me. So don't get mad at me because Opus is liking me better is all I'm saying. Like, that's not my fault. All I'm doing is just uploading the thing and it's clipping it up on its own. Okay? So just don't think that that's me doing that on purpose, like, because it's not. Okay? So let me see. Was it? I'm gonna check this out and see if I actually had the energy for it.
You're asking, correct? Is
that's not
how do you know they're not? I think that's the criticism that she's making.
I can see
in the same way that somebody who.
And I would go a step further. You know, I always go back to this, but I think it's also very anti-intellectual in the sense that you're helping to, frankly, destroy this country by ruining nuclear families.
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna do it like this. If you all want to extend this show, if you want me to review this second video, let me see. What is going on? Let me do the math. And then this is 2 over 2, so 7, 18. Then going to the next one is going to be 25. 3. Yeah, we need $35. $35. Cash App or Super Chat. And I'll review this second video. And then we'll really get into this new conversation, right? Because the problem that a lot of people have with podcasts like the Whatever Podcast, Fresh and Fit Podcast, is that they feel like they're bringing a specific demographic of women, in particular, these sex workers, OnlyFans girls, you know, type people onto the platform, and then having a macro level conversation with them about relationships, right? And I understand why people could look at that and say that is problematic, because these women are going to have a different kind of mindset just off of what they're choosing to do as a career. And the way that we know people, especially women, tend to justify their choices. So it's like the example I used in one of my shorts. You ask a woman, what does the perfect man look like? And they're going to tell you everything. 6 feet, six pack, 6 figures, 12 inches, emotionally available. You know what I'm saying? loving, caring, good father, accept my kids, accept me. But like they're gonna tell you all of these things that they think the perfect guy is, right? But then when you say, what if that guy doesn't like you? What if he doesn't accept you the way that you are? Then they say, well, then he's not the one, right? And it goes over their own heads that they just described the one. You just described the guy that you want. So if that guy doesn't want you, that means there is a problem there with you. There's something that you ought to be correcting. There's something that you are not bringing to the table, right? But this is how they process things. I'm this way. And the perfect guy is going to be the best of what all men can provide, right? The best of everything that a man can bring to the table, and he's going to want me, right? So that's women in general. So even though I understand the argument that you're bringing on these whores, these sex workers, whatever, and then having a macro relationship conversation with them, and they're supposed to be the representation of women, it's like, yeah, because all of y'all have the same mindset as it pertains to whatever it is you're bringing to the table needs to be enough. And then the man needs to be bringing everything to the table that you want him to. And then fuck whatever expectations he may have. You have to be enough. Right? So if we highlight sex workers versus non-sex workers, and then show you that they have the same ideology though, the same mindset, then will people stop saying, well, they only bring on certain kinds of girls? Maybe then you would have to stop making that argument. It's not actually an intelligent argument. I always point to the Kevin Samuels situation because I always say, listen, y'all don't like it when we bring it up, but you can't say this about Kevin Samuels. You can say it about Fresh and Fit. You can say it about whatever. They're targeting a specific set of girls. Yes. Right? They even do research on these girls before they invite them to the show. They know that they're problematic in their thinking. Got you. And most of the time on whatever, they white anyway. Right? But you can't say that about Kevin Samuels. You can't. Those were a bunch of black women, thousands of them, who came out of nowhere. And they were as different as night and day. Tall, short, educated, no degrees, getting to the bag, poor as hell, fat, great body, good looking, don't look good at all, can barely speak, very intellectual. So when we take if we take the videos, which I have, of the sex working women, and then we juxtapose them next to the non-sex worker women, and you see the mindset is the same, the argument has to go away. You can't make the argument that it's because they're sex workers. Right? So let me see. Shout out to Debo for the Cash App. I see you. I appreciate you. I give it 5 more minutes. That'll be 2.5 hours. And then if not, we'll get up out of here. But shout out to everybody who participated in the chat for this show. Thank you. Really, thank you. I appreciate the comments because the comments do help the show. Right? We prefer the comments to come in super chats, but make the screen look good, support the show, right? But the comments do help the show because a lot of time y'all send comments, and then when it's something that is directly connected to what's going on in the show, sometimes it opens up another avenue of thinking, right? So I really, really, really appreciate I back in the day when I first started, I didn't really care that much, but I care a lot more now. But that's because now it seems like I've created a space where more often than not, we're gonna get your sins and these type of people who come in to troll. But more often than not, we're gonna get people who are responding to something specifically from the show earnestly, right? Sincerely. And that benefits the show. Definitely. Especially when there's not a bunch of people on the panel. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah. I didn't see that. Truth and Reality said, what is got 6 hyenas on the panel? Well, if you got 6 hyenas on the panel, then guess what? The brothers have an opportunity to school all 6 of them. It's going to look bad, but you also can make examples out of them one by one, right? So if I had a panel, then I would give them an opportunity to because see, when you say hyenas, I'm assuming they being loud, belligerent, not being not having a conversation in good faith, just saying anything to be saying it and that type of stuff. So I would one by one say, hey, listen, this is what you're doing. This is not beneficial to the conversation. So if you don't want to have a conversation in good faith, then it's a waste of time for you to actually be up here. You've given us a good enough example of what the toxicity look like, and we can do without it for the rest of the show. If they choose not to cooperate, then one by one, I would get rid of them. Nobody would have to pay me to do it. Just get rid of them. You know, it's like having I made room for the one for the one girl. If it's the one girl up there and she's just agreeing with everything that the dude is saying, guess what? Nobody's gonna really be listening to her except the dudes, right? But if it's one woman up there and she's being a tyrant and all the guys is, you know, coming against her, now it looks like it's her versus all these men, that's just gonna be a bad look. That's gonna be a worse look than 6 women being hyenas on the panel with 4 dudes. Believe me, because we always victimize women. We victimize women and we don't victimize men. So 9 guys on the panel going at one girl is gonna look worse. You know? It's gonna look worse. Some women can handle themselves. Like, you know, Callie Bev, every now and then she says some feministic, terroristic bull crap. But for the most part, like I seen her cooking a panel a week or 2 ago. I want to say it was on Ham's show. Right? And I think she might have been the only woman up there. If it was another woman up there, I didn't notice it. She was holding her own. Right? But in that moment, she was like really doing the let me think about it, let me challenge this. You know what I'm saying? Let me answer the questions as asked. And they was just trying to get her in the gotcha moment and they couldn't. You know what I'm saying? Because she was just answering the questions as asked. So it is what it is, man. So shout out to my man DJ Hamp from This Might Be Risky for pulling up on the Cash App. And also shout out to my man E for pulling up on the Cash App as well. He said, fuck all that quitting. Keep it moving. You got more show to do. That is unfair. I was halfway hoping. I looked up, saw we was at the 2 hour 30 mark. I was halfway hoping we didn't reach it. So I would have an excuse to go lay my ass down somewhere. But he said, no, sir, get your ass back to work. Right? So that is what we will do. I must get back to work.
Bill, I think Hondurans, Mexico.
All I'm saying is, I don't know why.
Let me see.
I mean, I believe this, so right. But you know what I'm saying? You give me your perspective. Oh yeah, I am. Do you feel as if
who has those?
Where is it at?
You're moving on.
I like it.
Gotta find this thing.
Most basic, like when
We cannot. Can a woman fully? Okay, go.
Okay, here we go. Let me get this video pulled in here. And then we'll look at this first video. And then let me make sure I got the right timestamp too. Because I don't want to start it in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah.
The crap. Okay, here we go. I just need to be able to look at the timestamps. So I already got the video.
Way possible. Theoretically great sex, but we didn't have that connection, and so our relationship only lasted for a couple months because he felt it and I felt it, and it was just like a mutual, this was great while it lasted, thank you very much, but I'm gonna be on my way. And
no, man, that sounds like a lot of work.
So what it sounds like to me, Brian, is you have had a lot of mechanical sex, but you haven't had a lot of really intimate, wonderful, beautiful sex because you don't even know what I'm talking about.
No, it just seems like you want this sort of vague, nebulous, ethereal thing, which
the people who know
know.
The people who know what I'm talking about. That's all I have to say.
Well, I mean, I'll actually throw this out there. I actually don't like the rough sex that you speak of. I actually prefer more intimate, gentle sex.
There you
I'm
go.
not clear if that's what you're really... Why are you looking at me that way? Look, I get that you want to just like have super crazy rough sex. Relax. Not everybody's into that, okay? Chill out, bro.
I'm just trying to see what you're going to say.
No. I actually prefer... I don't want to like do the fucking jackhammer.
Yeah.
Okay, but
That's
have
not
you had a
interesting
like
to me.
real connection? Like, have you felt that super deep connection with someone?
Like, have you looked into a woman's eyes and just like held her hand and have it be this beautiful moment between you two, like two souls bonding together? If you've never,
it doesn't have to be that.
You want some Disney shit?
It doesn't have to be that.
Yes,
but you know a
Disney
difference
shit.
between like when you have
That
a
sounds
connection
kind
and you
of...
don't
I
have a
can't
connection.
say the word. I'm not going to say the word, but that sounds kind of...
No, that's
You know
just,
what I
I
mean?
think,
No,
what
you
real
just have
true intimacy is.
I
And
think
I don't
your
think,
expectations be kind of crazy when it comes
No,
to sex.
Okay, my question though, have you had experiences where you feel more connected than another? If you're having the same type of sex, have you felt more connected to one person over the other emotionally during the sex?
Sure. Yeah.
Okay, so that's exactly what she's saying.
But
To her
And it's
extent is not exactly your extent, but it does make sense, right? Of that different level of connection.
and it's not a lot of work when you have a natural intrinsic connection. It works.
But
And-
that
What is the timestamp on here? Because this is not what the. Let me scoot past. Let me see.
in every way possible. And it wasn't the sex, it was the intimacy, it was the love, it was the connection. And so I have a pretty high benchmark from which to base my future connections. And
you're screwed.
I would
You're screwed.
I would tell
That's
him all the
fucked.
time. And if you're watching, he knows. I would tell him all the time, you ruined.
Okay. So apparently I got the wrong video. Because I thought this was it. I'm looking at the timestamp. But that is not what they're supposed to be talking about. That's the wrong video. I apologize for that. Because that is definitely not the right video. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just grab the subsequent video. And then we'll look at that. Because the reason why is because I want to show you how it's not going to make a difference. With these girls, you cannot suggest that, they were picked specifically to have a specific type of conversation, right? And that's why I always say we act like we forgot what we was watching every single day on Kevin Samuel's show.
I want is a high volume man. What do I do?
Be reincarnated.
Are you a virgin?
No.
Buy a dog, die alone. Fuck attraction. No, they don't want you.
The guys you want aren't asking you out. Get the fuck out of my phone.
The rest of us do not have to suffer you.
You had no problem showing your dick.
Welcome back to Masculine Academy channel. Let's get into Kevin Samuel's top 10 most savage moments ever. Starting with number 1, the delusional woman.
I'm supposed to settle for a regular type dude.
Overall, does that make you below average, average, or above average?
So if I
Factor all those things in together.
average,
So why should you get anything over? Then why should you get above average? What do you mean settle for? You should get what you are.
I see millionaires with average women all the time.
Man, you got 2 children. And you said you are 6. I give you 5, 6. Your numbers together would be average. So why? So an average man would be upgrading to get you?
Look, I didn't say
I'm asking, man. Would you say that you're a woman that's in high demand or most wanted?
I could be. I mean, yeah, I could be. I mean,
You could be.
So here's the thing. Again, not somebody that was handpicked. Not somebody that was say, oh yeah, let me bring this person in because they're going to say all of these things that I want them to say. Right? Now let's correlate it to the first video. This woman has children. I think she said she had 2 children, right? In real life, is it more likely that her children are going to be damaged by her or by a white woman? So I don't think this is hard at all, right? What's more likely? This is the part where you have to start being honest, right? We can't just all the time want to put our feelings on stuff. Because if I could put my feelings on stuff, man, please. I would twist most of this. It was this one chick that was on Kevin Samuel's show. I was falling in love with her. The whole time while they was talking, I was falling in love. I was remixing everything she was saying in my head to make it okay. It was the chick who said she didn't want to be a slave. I'm like, you right, baby. You don't deserve to be nobody's slave, baby. Right? Because I liked her. So therefore, I'm remixing it in my head to make it sound better than what it really is. But we don't get to do that. We have to accept things the way that they present themselves, right? So let's get back to this. Because how many times have we used this girl on this platform? Like, it's just, and this guy is from wherever he from, and even he using it.
So man, listen. Don't hold on.
Tell you about myself.
Hold on. Ma'am, you're 37 with 2 children. Where in the world do women who are average to above average, average to cute, who are a little overweight with 2 kids, where are these women in high demand?
So if I wanted a high value man, what do I do?
Be reincarnated. You can't get one.
I've been dating this guy now who's a pretty high value, and we've been talking.
How old is he?
He's 51.
And what makes him high value?
He owns his own car dealership, and he has multiple businesses. He owns houses. Like he's doing pretty good for himself. He's probably not rich, but
ma'am, being high value is more than just money. He's a mover or shaker, a most eligible. Okay, ma'am, but these men don't settle. They don't settle. They don't get women who are. They don't. There are men on YouTube right now saying, I don't know what I'm talking about being high value. But here's one thing that they do agree with me on. They don't take a woman with children.
I don't know if they do or they don't. I'm not here to argue whether or not they do or they don't, right? I'm just highlighting this. You can't say that she was picked, right? She was allowed on the platform, and she is saying some of the same things that all the other women say. If I pull up the video that I thought I had of the sex workers on the whatever podcast, they're going to say the same thing. They're talking the same exact way. I might have had the wrong timestamp. Just because I'm a sex worker, just because I got 50, 60, 100 bodies, just because whatever is going on with me as a woman, I still get to get the best kind of man. They saying the exact same thing. Like, man, it's so hilarious to me when people make the argument that they handpicking these girls for this. It's just like, are you serious? Right? Okay. Let's go here.
The world does not owe you understanding or me understanding. If you have all this trauma, go seek professional help, because the rest of us do not have to suffer you. Then women understand and hear that being 200 pounds and 5 foot tall is unhealthy. But yet 80% of our women are overweight, and 80% of that is obese. They know the truth. They choose to do something else.
The narrative pushed to us most often is that a guy wants a woman with a big ass. He wants, a thick lady.
Accountability is kryptonite to modern women. You're 24 years old. Is your circumstance harder or easier than your grandmother and your great-grandmother?
Exponentially easier. We have access to information we didn't have.
Exponentially easier, but you're handling it worse. Your grandmother, your great-grandmother actually could work with a black man with more trauma.
Because they understood that the black woman and the black man are on the same side. Now that we are all free and independent and we could do whatever we want to, why would we seek to, be one with the black man? We even think that being...
Thank you.
Moment. See? Right? Now let's go to the Fresh and Fit platform. Right? Hold on. No. Let's go to where's my I know exactly the video to get for that.
It
I know exactly. Well, I know the argument that's going to be made for this. I do. But I'm going to get it anyway because it highlights the point. Here it is right here. I've shown this video before, so this is not a brand new video, right? But watch this.
Our own, yeah, but we're girls and we don't want to. We could.
But you don't.
That's my point. Because we let y'all do it.
That's the point.
If we do it, then what do we need you guys for?
Listen,
if I could provide and pay for everything and do everything, what do we need the man for? For dick?
One more time.
Our own, yeah, but we're girls and we don't want to. We could.
But you don't. That's my point.
Because we let y'all do it.
That's the point.
If we do it, then what do we need you guys for?
Listen,
if I could provide and pay for everything and do everything, what do we need the man for? For dick?
See what I mean? Y'all make the argument. They handpick these girls. They go get these OnlyFans type IG models, right? But what did she say? If I got to pay for it, if I'm independent, what do I need you for? What did the other girl say?
The only fact.
Why would we seek all free and independent and we could do whatever we want to? Why would we seek to, be one with the black man?
Same thing. Same thing. I didn't even prepare this. I swear on my kids. I didn't prepare this. This is freestyling right now. I'm freestyling. I'm showing you a video that I just downloaded minutes ago, and I'm juxtaposing it with other videos that I already have to show you. You can't make this argument anymore. Ladies, this is the stupidest argument ever. I'm specifically speaking to especially the ladies in this space who be on our panels. Stop it. You can't. It's a dumbass argument. All of these women are from different backgrounds, but they saying the same exact shit. So when you try to make the argument that, oh, we can't hold these women and use these women to highlight what most women think. Yes, we can. Yes, we can. Because it's been thousands of them at this point from all walks of life. And again, I would ask Dr. Obi, who do you think is going to be more problematic for a black man in his life? This woman or the other woman who are saying, what do I need you for? Or some white woman? This is not even hard. You guys make it hard because you don't want to accept the truth of things. You don't like reality, so you want to make it something different. You know what we call that? Delusion. You know who we usually refer to as being delusional? Black women or women in general. So for you guys to sit on these panels and be delusional and then try to call other women delusional, do I need to say the word hypocritical? Do I need to say the word contradictory? I think it's obvious, right? Let's just be honest. Here, let's go to this conversation. Right? Now, these are the OnlyFans girls.
I don't think you know what you're talking about regarding OnlyFans. That's for sure. Because
but I do know what I'm talking about as far as business and making money.
In regards to making money, money comes in waves, and we all have to understand that. And if we all invest successfully, we could.
Where are you investing? Where are you investing?
So people are.
Where are you investing?
Average.
Where are you investing?
That's none of your business.
It's a secret.
Declare that.
I accept what you just said, but you said money comes in waves. Granted, we have to invest. It's taken. Where's some of the places you're investing?
Yeah,
See, this is what this OnlyFans economy is done. It's let women with really low functioning knowledge, no high value or high ticket
Excuse me.
skills.
That's not low functioning knowledge.
Well, let's talk. Okay. Every
low
time I've
functioning
asked you any question about business, and you've asked me a question instead of answering it. And I said, and if it's not you, eat the meat, spit out the bones. But what OnlyFans has done is it's created a bubble economy. Women are rushing to OnlyFans thinking that it's the new .com, the new real estate, and they're realizing that there is no sustainable way to project this out for over 5 years. Now, maybe you don't know that knowledge, but I do. Hafez has been he's tried to be as measured as possible. I came in trying to be as measured as possible. And what are we getting? We're getting attacked. We're getting anger. We're getting, you don't know nothing. You don't know what I do know. What I do know. What I do know. What I do. What I do know. What I do know is of all the business people on this platform, the people who are going to have long-term success are not you.
Men have no place at all to say how women should and shouldn't.
We have every place. We built the goddamn world you live in.
No, you didn't.
I'm gonna say the platform you're on is built by men.
I'm gonna say
nobody made this about men or women.
Do not get paid
This is what
I say.
Did they just display angst against men? I wonder. Oh, I wonder. Ooh. Right? How hard would it be for me to go find another video? And I'm looking at these girls, they're saying that they're OnlyFans girls, right? So do you think it's going to be that difficult for me to go find a non-OnlyFans video of a woman displaying the same level of angst towards men? I don't think it would be. If you need it, I'll try to find it, right? But I think you know for a fact that that's not difficult, right? So let's just be honest about that, right? To the point where she did this.
I stay here. So
this is what tends to happen whether it's OnlyFans, TikTok, Instagram, and when women can't handle it, they leave. This is the point. This is about business. Business isn't offensive, but when people in their lack of knowledge gets exposed, they get offended. They call themselves experts and business owners and everything else. You're online strippers.
See? Right? So what is the point, right? They got offended, right? They had a problem with men in general. You could tell, right? Men don't do this and men don't do that. Just because they're OnlyFans girls does not mean that that's not a representation of how women see. The problem is that y'all try to act like what a woman does for her income determines how she thinks. And you know why that's problematic? Is because you don't like it when these same guys say that men shouldn't date CNN workers and nurses and all these type of things because it's going to affect how you think. You don't like it when they try to paint a broad brush and say that when you have these specific kind of jobs that it's going to affect your mindset. And at the same time, y'all paint that broad brush across the OnlyFans girls, across the sex workers, and make it seem like the only reason why they're saying what they're saying is because they're sex workers. And they're picked specifically to say the things that they say. As if we do not have the content showing non-OnlyFans girls saying the same exact stuff. Right? Now, those weren't necessarily black girls. Right? But at the same time, the fact of the matter is that we have plenty of evidence of that. Just on Kevin Samuel channel alone. Right? Now, once again, right here in this space, there's a channel, This Might Be Risky. And what do we have? We're highlighting these black women who are absolutely showing their level of disdain for black men. Right? And they have all the excuses for why it's the case, but they highlight it. I used to hate it. Now I appreciate it. Because it's more evidence for us to be able to say, oh, no, you don't think that way? Clip. Then what's the excuse? You can't say that Hamp is particularly going and getting a certain kind of girl and putting her on the panel to talk a certain way. Can't make that argument about him. See, this is what I'm saying. There was a comment in the video that we watched previously where the guy stated, the more personalized relationships on a macro level are going to be more problematic. This isn't even hard to understand, right? I'm all with anybody that wants to have the conversation about racism, white supremacy, systemic oppression, right? You want to have that conversation? Let's do it. I'm with you. Let's get it cracking. I have no problem with doing this. I have absolutely no problem with saying the white man. I am not a deport session member. I have no problem with pointing the finger at the white man at what he did wrong. Whether it was politicians, whether it was doctors, whether it was lawyers, whether it was drug dealing ass corporations, I have no problem. The police, slavers, whoever, Jim Crowists, Ku Klux Klan, whoever you want to point to and say the white man did it, I'm right here to have that conversation with you. Right? But did you see my last show? Well, it might not have been my last show, but did you see the show I did a couple of days ago? Right? The oppressor's greatest weapon against black men? Yeah. That matters. They specifically told you we get to be hands off now. We don't have to do anything now. We got the woman standing guard for us. Right? You're seeing this happening in real time. All of these complaints that are being lodged by men, they're not all fabricated, right? 90% of them are probably happening to the very people who are lodging them. For real. You know what I'm saying? Like, yes, it's a couple of guys who probably come on here and talk about this stuff that's not even happening to them. And they doing it for a money grab. And guess what? They probably got the most followings and all of that. Got you. Don't care. Because it does not take away from the problem that actually exists. Because a couple of dudes are saying whatever, whatever, and they're not actually going through it. Right? Women you know what? I should have clipped this out by now. Right? I told y'all I have a docuseries that I have been working on for some time, right? And I interviewed 8 women. And what I realized is that their experiences really do impact them, right? The same way everybody else's experiences impact them. Men, women, dogs, cats. Like, your experiences impact you, right? And then there's a level of programming as well. But something happens in between birth and the age 18 where girls go from just another human being to I'm owed something. I'm owed something. I deserve something. People gotta give me, like, it's complicated. I'm sure It's a few things I'm sure, right? I wish there was some women in this space that could really give us that deep dive on a panel, right? That have done the work internally, right? That are introspective enough where they can come and say, yeah, I was just another human being. I was one of the kids. I was, another part of the group, right? There was no disdain for the opposite sex or any of that. You know what I mean? It was just, I was just me, whatever they are, whoever they are, right? Kim, Stacy, Tina, Lisa, right? But then something happened, right? Something happened that made me believe now I deserve something. Now I deserve something. Now some man owes me something. Something happened that converts women into prostitutes. And we can't have a deep discussion about what that is. And that is sad. Like, I really wish we could, though. I wish we could have the deeper discussion. I want to know, when did it happen? What age? What time? What was the moment? The instant when it changed, when the light bulb went off in your head and you said, I should get paid for this pussy. I'm not trying to be vulgar. I'm just trying to be matter-of-factly. Because whether you believe it or not, that is going to, either that changed how you viewed men, or something happened that changed how you viewed men. Shout out to Fatty in the building. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. And that's the thing that I want to know. Was it something happened to you and then that changed it and made you think, yeah, I need to become a prostitute? Or, no, wait. Let me rephrase that. Let me go back. Did something happen where you thought, I need to charge men for sex? And then that is the thing that garnered that disdain for men. Or is it that you had a disdain for men and that is the thing that made you say, I need to charge men for sex? Because this wasn't always the case. I don't believe that. I just don't. I know that society may have been created and conducted in a way where it was, some level of programming and some level of, of culture where women were submitting to the natural order of the so-called patriarchy, right? I know that. I don't think you understand what this implicates, though. This suggests that women don't have minds of their own, right? That pretty much whatever it is that they do is just based on survival. Right? Like, think about it. Men could have said, okay, I'm go to school, boom, get a job, boom, work 40 years, boom, retire, boom, die in 2 years, boom. Right? But so many of them was like, nah, man, I'm finna create this thing and I'm finna create that that thing, and I'm finna make this thing, and I'm finna go do this, and I'm gonna go play sports, and I'm gonna go build this, and I'm gonna work that, and I'm gonna start this, and I'm gonna sell drugs. I'm gonna do something else. I'm not doing that. I don't care that society says do that. I'm not doing that, because that is slavery. So many men did that, moved that way. Even while they were working, sometimes we're still creating things, right? To change the world. If you're trying to convince me that women are just like kids, robots, you know what? Okay, society said that we're supposed to be wives and stay at home and this and that, but Skippy, that's what we're doing. Oh, well, society said no, free love, let's have all the sex we want, so that's what we're doing. Oh, society said forget the nuclear family, let's be independent, so that's what we do. Like, really? That's what women are? I don't know if I want to believe that. I don't know if I want to believe that. I don't know if I want to accept that they're just following all the time. Because if we have to accept that they're just following all the time, that would give them an argument for not being accountable. It wouldn't matter if it was true or not, but it would give them the argument. That's the point, is that it would give them the argument. See, even right now, truth and reality is saying society led them to feel, right, that their vagina had more value than penis, and sex is the equivalent exchange. I think you meant sex isn't an equivalent exchange. Because he said, so after sex is an equivalent exchange, so after or before sex, they are owed something to balance it, right? So you're saying that it's not an equivalent exchange, which is what I assumed, right? Because it's not an equal exchange, they are owed something else, right? That's been my argument. But what I'm saying is, again, you're saying that society is to blame. Like, at what point do I get to say, no, you're a woman, you're an adult female with a brain, right? Like, this is a great argument for non-accountability to me. If we're going to argue that whatever it is that they do, they just do because society said do it. Even the argument for feminism is that men created it and put women in those positions to facilitate the narrative. Think about that. Like, we're taking away all of their accountability if everything they do is just following. What I want to believe is that, the women understood, like, yo, this is the best thing for us, really, to be honest with you. That they were able to rationalize and say, yeah, this makes a lot of sense. The man goes out and he works and brings back home the bacon, and I stay at home and I take care of the kids, and I do whatever kind of sewing and cleaning and whatever kind of work I can do to make a little bit more money so we can have a little extra while not impeding my necessity to motherhood. Like, I'm gonna do that because that it makes sense and it's beneficial. Yay, family. Right? Versus, girl, look, we gotta survive out here. We can't compete with these men, so we got to do what we like. That is problematic to me that we got there. And so now I have to believe that society is also producing this.
Our own, yeah, but we're girls and we don't want to. We could.
But you don't. That's my point.
Because we let y'all do it.
That's the point.
If we do it, then what do we need you guys for?
Listen, you're.
If I could provide and pay for everything and do everything, what do we need the man for? For dick?
So that mentality is just because society said so? She's just following again. She's not processing anything on her own. She isn't coming to her own conclusions based on the evidence of the world. No, man. I guess now we can open up the panel. If people want to hit the panel, I won't force you to cam up, but if you do, please have good lighting. Like make sure you look nice. Don't be laying down in your bed with a bonnet on and all of that. If you're doing all that, just go off camera. If you're not going to be on cam, you'll be up. You just won't be on the screen. It'll be audio only, but you'll be in the show. Unsubscriber says, strong and independent, they don't need no man mindset. Right, but this is the question, though. We understand that the mindset exists, but the question is the mindset societally based? Right? Is it, I'm a woman, I grew up in a certain experience, and so therefore I have this particular mindset? Or is it, nope, it's all programming? Right? Because if we think about the time when the nuclear family was the thing, my suggestion is, I guess what I'm really questioning is, was that by choice? Did these people say, okay, this is what we're going to do because this is what's best? Or did they say, what are we supposed to do? Okay, cool. And then that's what I'm going to go do. You see what I'm saying? So you're saying programming. Okay. I think the reason why it's difficult for me is because not that I've never been susceptible to programming, but since I was a kid, bro, I've always pushed back when something didn't make sense. It's why my childhood, one of the reasons why my childhood was so traumatic was because of the way that I responded to things. I didn't think I should just have to take it. I didn't think I should just have to accept it. They couldn't convince me that food, shelter, and clothing was enough for me to be quiet about my circumstances. So I talked my shit. And it got me in a lot of trouble. I was labeled the bad kid, all because I, quote unquote, talked back. Right? We've heard a lot about slave rebellions. And when you hear about slave rebellions, it's always the guy. It's always the Nat Turner and the Toussaint Overture and Toussaint and all these other people like with these crazy names from Haiti and what's the other spot? Is it? I think I might be thinking about Haiti. Is it Haiti? The one that was controlled by like the French or something for a long time. Yeah, the Haitian Revolution, all these different stuff, like all those different rebellions that was going on in the country and in different places. And we always hear about the men, and then we'll hear about Harriet Tubman. Like Harriet Tubman is a name I remember. She was trying to lead people out or whatever, and now that's starting to come into question. But, the fact of the matter is that's a person who is saying, I know society is saying this is the way things are, but I'm not fucking accepting that. You know what I'm saying? Like, no, that don't make sense. Right? Sojourner Truth. I remember the name. I don't even remember the story at all. But that was another name. Right?
Podcast.
Truth and reality. The women are accountable because following is a choice. Society don't make them do anything. It's all a choice and an individual choice. So yes, that's a great argument for accountability. But I'm not sure if it doesn't actually take away what I feel is problematic as it pertains to just following, right? Like not being able to think for yourself and say, no, this is improper. So no. Like they always use this argument in relationships, like, oh, the man should have the final say because if it doesn't work out, it's gonna always be back on him, blah, 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 blah. And I always wonder, like, okay, what kind of thing is that though, right? Like, what kind of thing does the man need to have the final say on? If you say, what? Where we gonna move to? Oh, baby, there's 2 places we can move to. The woman likes this place, the man likes this place, and what he's seeing some benefit for the entire family over here that the woman isn't seeing. She's kind of just being selfish. He gets the final say because he's the man or because he's the provider. He's the one purchasing, right? Because if you take that away, will they still make the same argument for the man having the final say? I mean, let's just assume for a second. The woman is the provider. She's the breadwinner. His money is supplemental. Does he still get to have the final say so on purchases? Because he's a man? Or should the woman listen because his ideas are better? And if not, then go into the other direction. See, I don't know. See, you saying yes easily because of your ideology. But what if he's wrong? See what I mean? Now we're stuck with your wrong decision and it didn't cost you much. Right? I don't know. I just think that's problematic. I wonder if with that first video I had the wrong timestamp. Give me 1 second. Let me see. Oh, you know what? Nope, that's not what it. That's not the right one. That's what it was.
I mean, I believe this.
That's not the right one. Damn, I should. Yeah, I think I'm a way to review this other video because that one is too good. I don't want to just throw that one. And I got so many videos.
What TDJ quite early did last Sunday.
Then today is Sunday. Oh, I got to do another religious show.
I think there's people like obviously you have the Derek Jacksons of the
where they're asking some questions. This one specifically where the man was asking a question about TD Jakes having a relationship with some gay guy and I think he was questioning it from the perspective of how it impacts the church though. Right? Let's see.
Jakes did last Sunday. He brought Beto O'Rourke to his church. Oh, Beto. Guy's married to a man, has an adopted baby because men can't get pregnant and have one, hates America, loves socialism, loves communism, believes in full-blown abortion on demand, thinks there's more sexes and genders than you can shake a stick at, don't even know what bathroom to use. And TD Jakes brings him to the church, shakes his hand, talks about what a great upstanding man, what a great governor he would make for the state. And my question is, why do you even say such stupid stuff out of your mouth? I'll tell you why. They can't say anything against the system because they're owned by the system. They're owned by the system. TD Jakes, all this race-baiting nonsense, talking about slavery. And guess what? TD Jakes is a slave to the system.
See, these are the kind of deeper conversations that I want to have. But they not going to bring these conversations up on these other channels. And they ain't going to hit the link over here to have those kind of conversations. Hamp is probably the only content creator in this space that will give me a religious conversation. He the only one. The rest of these cats, they scared. They don't want to have that conversation for the same reason why he just said TD Jakes, right? Is a slave to the system? Same thing. Right? See, what this guy is asking for, to me, look, I'm gonna show you how this kind of works and conflicts with one of my ideas. So you know how I say that the problem with people picking ideology, like to stand on, is that when the ideology is stupid, they have a hard time running away from it. So they're conservative, they liberal, right? But when the conservative ideology is dumb, they have a hard time distancing themselves from that. Right? They start doing their addies, right? ADDI, the addies. Ad hominem, deflection, dismissal, irrelevant comments, right? Because they can't just distance themselves from it. We see this a lot with politicians, right? But as it pertains to religion, right, I think it's problematic for you to pick and choose what you're going to stand on as it pertains to your religion. See the difference? See, I don't think it's problematic for you to say, I lean more conservative. I'm right thinking, but I don't agree with everything that is conservative or that is considered conservative, right? Or I'm not a conservative, but I tend to agree more with conservatism, but there are some things that I just don't rock with. But as it pertains to your religion, I don't think you can do that. I think if you say I am a Christian, if you say that this book is my religion, then what that book says, you got to follow it. And when there's things in that book that you don't rock with, then you are not that thing. Whatever that is. I don't care if the book it's the book of planters. If you're not following the book of planters to the law, then you're not a planter. You're a person who subscribes to the ideology of plantism. You agree with a lot of things in the book and you don't agree with those things in the book, and you're just Jerry. You're Mike. You're Craig. You're Tina. You're Felipe. You're Diane. But when you try to pick a thing and stand on it and say that's what you are, then you can't run away from it. Right? That's why when they used to tell me I'm blackity black, I used to be like, bro, how you gonna tell me I'm blackity black when I'm on y'all panels threatening niggas every day? Like, this don't got nothing to do with blackity black. It has everything to do with what's the truth. If it's the truth, it's the truth. It is what it is. You niggas that want to forego the truth because you think that's the pathway to success, then have at it. I won't. But if that book says, hey, I think, bro, I don't know if I was dreaming because I've been having some very vivid dreams lately. Like I'm watching YouTube and seeing shit. But I don't know if I was dreaming or if I actually saw this. But it was like somebody was saying that there's a, no, I wasn't dreaming. It was on a TV show. It was on the most recent episode of The Good Doctor. In the most recent episode of The Good Doctor, the one cat that was on there, he was a gay guy. And there was this man who was trying to marry this lady before she died. She was Jewish. He was trying to convert over. So they had to have this ceremony. And the doctor, the gay doctor, he was raised Jewish. So he got in touch with somebody and then they were having a conversation. And that guy specifically said something to him like basically stating that there's a new interpretation of homosexuality. Right? From religious text, from a religious text point of view, there's a new understanding where it's like, yeah, this thing is accepted now, right? I'm glad I just thought about that because I said I was going to try to see if I could get the clip. I won't be able to play it because of how YouTube is, but at least we may be able to get the dialogue from it, right? To see exactly what he was saying. But he was suggesting that even for the Jews now, that there is I don't want to say an excuse, but there is some sort of text, right? Reimagined or, you know what I'm saying? Like, no. What do they call it? When it's, what do they call the different versions of the Bible? Interpretation. So like a new interpretation, right? That is saying, gay, not so bad. Right? So it's like, this is what I'm saying. Like, oh, so now you're just going to change the religion. You're just going to change the text. Instead of just saying, we're just going to do our own thing. Yes, it's going to create all of these denominations, but that thing already exists. So just do that. Right? New Testament followers. Right? Technically, you can make an argument that when you're a Christian, you're following Christ. So if Christ didn't say it, then it's not actually applicable. But then, of course, people are going to make the arguments about the old law. And he said, I didn't come to destroy the law, but to fulfill it. And you don't even know what that shit mean, really. Niggas be acting like they do, but it's their interpretation. That's pretty much what it is. It's just their interpretation, which is the problem with religious texts to me anyway, is that it's too often up to somebody else's interpretation. The people will tell you, go read the book for yourself. Guess what? A lot of people have, which is why you have all these different denominations. Because you have all of these people who read the book and came away with something different. And the majority of the time, I believe the reason why people are coming away with something different because they need it to be different. They need it to be different or they want it to be different. That's why. But nobody is following everything in that book. Nobody is. I know Ham tried to catch me up when we were having our last conversation about it, when he was like, oh, because they're not following the Torah. And then I didn't have the understanding that the Torah was whatever the first 4 books of the Bible, whatever that bullshit is. It's like, it doesn't fucking matter. So the argument would be if they were following everything in the Torah but nothing else, then they'd be okay. Then they'd be following God. Like, you either following it all or you're not. If you're not following it all, then guess what? You're not perfect. And then that means if you're not following it all, then you're not following God. But the second that you make the argument that there can be 10 rules, I can follow 6 of them. If I follow those 6 and forget the other 4, that I am still following God, that's problematic. There's no logic to that. Tell me you would allow your child to pick and choose which one of your rules he would follow in order to be able to tell you, well, Dad, I am following the rules. I'm at least following 4 of them. I'm following these 6. That wouldn't make any sense. Personally, I've lately have started to miss having a, let me not say it that way. I've missed making time for spirituality. It's probably because I feel like I'm getting closer to not being here. And then the anxiety of not necessarily, not even not knowing, right? But not believing anything about what's on the other side. It's very unsettling. Very. But I don't want to just pick one. Oh, well, there's Christianity, there's Islam, and then there's Buddhism. Pick one and I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that at all. So I just try to go with the flow and believe what I need to in every moment. That's what I try to do. And then have deeper conversations when I can. Knowing that I might not walk away from it believing anything solidly or firmly, but that I may take away some information that I can use later on in life to get me through something. That's what it's really all about. A lot of times the things that we learn today, we don't even end up applying them immediately. We end up applying them sometime down the road. Somebody says something to you today, you're questioning it. And then you find yourself in a situation and it becomes an option of choice. Then when you choose it and apply it and it works, you're like, wow, glad I remembered that. Lesson learned. Then sometime later, somebody else is faced with a similar solution. You remember what you did and you remember the lesson that you had and you give it to them. Each one teach one. That's what that's about. So listen, this is what I'm going to do. I don't want to start rambling. The Team PodMob channel, man. I gotta figure out this stream elements and all this stuff. I don't know why this is not performing like it's supposed to perform. The first time it was performing very well. And yeah, it was sending the chats. You know, I'm looking at it right now. It's all turned on. I don't know what's going on. Sending the reminders to for people to subscribe and the new channel and all of that. I don't know what's going on right now. Shout out to Lauren. Wow, it's been a while. Shout out to Lauren for the Cash App. I appreciate you. She said, "Keep your old ass up." That's crazy. I think it might be a conflict. I think I know what's happening with it. It's a conflict. nighTish, what's going on with you, bro? So, yeah. Definitely. Let me grab this link. I definitely want to go watch the original video from Dr. Obi over at We Need to Talk. The video that he highlighted of himself with Courtney Michelle and Anton. I'm definitely about to go check that out. Maybe not right now, this very second, but I'm saying I'm definitely going to go check that out because I want to know exactly what was he saying in that particular moment that made Dr. Obi give that response. You know what I'm saying? To say that he felt like he was being contradictory. Let me see, because it was all of them on the panel. Cheeky was at the top. So that's like right here. I see that right here. G Money said, I missed this one. He said, "Can you bring up Crystal for good pushback?" Crystal? Are you talking about Crystal Luna 333 from Single by Choices? Crystal is definitely welcome to come up here. She ain't gonna do it. Right? She ain't gonna do it. See, the thing about the women, like the women need spaces where they feel like the men are just gonna allow them to say whatever. Right? And I'm not really trying to cultivate a space where everybody just gets to say whatever. Right? Watch the team channel. Oh, that's what I was supposed to have been doing. When I'm rocking out with the team on Thursdays, if I have to, I tell them, hey, raise the intellectual standard up. Right? Because we not trying to just say anything. We want what we say to mean something. We want it to have relevance to the conversation. We want it to be, I don't know if I'm using this word right. Damn, I don't want to say it until I know I'm using it right. I'm not doing that to myself. Not today. Let's see. Extending the line of straight line. Yes, we want the conversation to be linear. Right? We want it to make sense. You know what I'm saying? We don't want to just be saying anything just to be saying it. Like, no, we're not doing that. We are not doing that. Right? And sometimes what happens too often with women And I like Crystal. I mean, I used to plug her channel in my descriptions. I used to tag her in my videos to try to, draw people to her channel. Because I think she has a good voice. She expresses herself very well. If she just get rid of the makeup, but she not because she insecure. But if she just get rid of the makeup and shit and just be straight up natural, right? And just man, really dig deep, talk, be introspective. She could be, 100K subscriber, 50K views within hours. Like, she could get to that point. But unfortunately, she gonna have to pick a side. She gonna have to be a terrorist, or she gonna have to be a pick-me. And I'm saying pick-me and terrorist. I'm saying that like facetiously, right? I'm saying she could be pink book lessons, right? Where she just highlighting the reality and talking about women and how they move and how it's messed up how they move. Or she could be Cynthia G, where she just bash on men all the time and talk shit about men all the time and whatever. The balanced act is the act that does not work out as well. You don't get to the money as fast with the balanced act, right? You're going to either be the protagonist or the antagonist, right? But if you're trying to be the balanced act, if you're trying to show, the both sides of the coin and all this and that, like what I try to do mostly, it's not going to happen. It's going to be a long run. The journey is longer, So, but I think Crystal is dope. I think she's beautiful. I need to see the rest of her body so I can grade her accurately, because she looked like she thick as fuck. But yeah, definitely. Once you start getting into, let me throw logic away and just say this thing because this what a woman is supposed to say, that shit becomes problematic, man. It's ugly every time I see it. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's ugly every time I see it. It's like, don't do that. Say what I'm supposed to say because I'm a woman shit. I hate that shit. Man. EJ said deception is inherent in the vast majority of all females once they acquire agency. It has to be hidden at all costs as much as possible for them to thrive. Well, the same thing can be said for how men operate with women, right? But I think you're saying just in general. I don't necessarily disagree. I would have to think about it. But I think the same thing can be said for men. I mean, you hear guys say it all the time in the red pill space. If men walked up to women and specifically said, hey, how you doing? I think you got a nice ass. I like to fuck you sometime. Can I get your number? It's not going to work out. Right? Even though they be kicking this be honest shit, it's not going to work out. And this is what I mean. As a woman, right? If we say that to a woman, let's say like a Crystal, you know what she should say? She should say, yeah, we want to be lied to. Right? But she not. Because here's the thing. How many times have we heard a woman say, I was young and dumb, I made a mistake, I was dating the wrong kind, I was picking the bad boys, right? We hear them say all the time that they pick the liars. But then they'll argue that they don't want to be lied to. So it's like at some point you just got to admit the truth. You want to be lied to. You want the dude to come up and pretend like it's just all about getting to know you, and you know what I'm saying? Oh, he just wonder how your brain works. Like, get the fuck out of here. He saw that ass and you know it, but you want him to lie. So, come on, right? But yeah, let's do this. I want to shout out everybody that has been rocking out with us all this time, man. I really appreciate you. It is way too easy to slap back. Shout out to Chocolate Bunny, Wrong Image, Team Patty, Truth and Reality, Lauren, my man Eric, DJ Hamp, my main man Debo came through, and UT. Thank you all for supporting the stream. To everybody else, thank you for rocking out with me. You made this day that much less lonely. Being single is a new concept for me. So I'm trying to throw myself into podcasting and making sure that I deliver on this material because from like March to October, I was slacking for real. So definitely not trying to let you all down. Oh, almost forgot. Dang, I knew I was forgetting something. Yo. I need y'all to do me a favor. Man, I should have said this when we was at 70 people watching. I need a favor from y'all, and I'm serious about this. I need this. I shouldn't have said a favor. Yo, listen. Man, I wish I could just click a button and make 22 people just show up right now. My daughter, 22 years old, just got her first apartment.
Every time I think about you.
Absolutely. So I plan on copping a few things on the apartment side of the game and sending it to her. But man, I need y'all to hit the cash out. And this is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna see. I'm gonna wait to be fair, the next 7 minutes. I'm gonna sit here for the next 7 minutes. And whatever y'all send me in the Cash App, I'm going to send it directly to her. And I'm gonna show you me send it to her too, so y'all know. I know PodMob. I know y'all trust me, but for the sake of transparency, I'm gonna show y'all me send it to her. Whatever y'all send me in the next 7 minutes, because it shouldn't take that long. If you're gonna send something, you'll send it now. I'll probably keep asking for the next couple of shows, but like when she hit me a couple of days ago when she first got her keys and she was dangling the keys, and I was like, okay. But she hadn't actually moved in yet. But she hit me yesterday. She actually moved in. Hey, listen. First apartment, worked and got it on your own. I'm a proud dad right now. And the crazy part about it is I'm a little bit jealous because she got the kind of blinds I want. Like the same blinds that I got on my kitchen window, she got in her living room because she got the Venetian blinds. I'm talking about the ones that start in the ceiling and go all the way down to the floor, right? So she got the full length Venetian blinds, right? That open up to her patio. I was like, damn, that's the kind of apartment I wanted. Because I was looking at this particular apartment at first because it was like right across the street from my lady or whatever. So I was gonna move right there. But I was like, oh no, I want to be downtown. You know what I'm saying? I want it to be downtown. You know what I'm saying? So I took the apartment that was downtown. You know what I'm saying? Because that's where I wanted to be at, downtown. But man, when she hit me, she was walking around wall to wall carpeting. And then everything is electric. So she ain't got no gas bill. That's super dope. She got like the floor panel, the long floor panels that pump out the heat. I like those better. And like she got them old, this is a newer modernized apartment. So she don't got like the old standing heaters and shit. She got the long floor panels that go against the wall. Those work good. Those the kind of electric heaters that we had when we lived in Iowa. Those work good, right? And then they got the air conditioning in the wall, right? Because the apartment ain't that big. You know what I'm saying? So because the apartment ain't that big, when you turn that air on, it's gonna hit everything. You know what I'm saying? It's a decent 1-bedroom apartment. You know, she got living room, dining room, kitchen, look, closets galore. You know what I'm saying? Bedroom, bathroom, you know. So wall-to-wall carpeting. I'm like, yo, the wall-to-wall carpeting, the Venetian blinds, and the goddamn patio. That's what I wanted. Then I really wanted the patio because I don't go outside a lot. But if I had a patio, I would definitely sit out on my patio and, you know what I'm saying, just be on the computer or whatever. I got a porch on the back, you know what I'm saying, that I could walk right on my back and I could sit out there. But more often than not, the sun ain't necessarily shining right there. You know what I'm saying? So because of the way that it's enclosed inside of the buildings. So I don't go out there a lot. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, when she was walking me through that last night or whatever, she called me, we were celebrating and all that. You know what I'm saying? So I'm definitely about to hit my mom up so we could celebrate, you know. I mean, when your kids have these accomplishments, man, like you realize like how important it is to celebrate, you know. So I made sure you know what I'm saying, hey, got excited for it. Oh, okay, yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like, because you want them to stay motivated, you know? And like I told her, okay, now you got your crib. And guess what? She did it without a car. Yo, I was like, yo, I can't tell you how proud I am of that part. Like, a lot of people don't do it that way. You know what I'm saying? She actually is taking the public, but where she at, everything is so local. The public transportation, she said it runs really well. It's like a 7-minute bus ride to get to work. So, you know what I'm saying? Like her jumping on public transportation, that shows discipline. You know what I'm saying? Dedication. You ain't making an excuse. You gotta have a car and all this and that. You going to get it done. You saved up your bread. You know what I'm saying? You got your crib. Man, that's dope. That's dope, man. Like I'm a proud dad right now, bro. I'm a proud dad right now. So I'm definitely about to hit up Amazon, go in there and grab a couple of things, you know, on the, what do they call that? That's called something. What is it called? Damn, it's a name for that. Like when you first get your crib or whatever and people donate stuff to you for your crib and shit. It's a name for that. Y'all don't know what that's called? Damn. Let me Google it. Y'all want to act like y'all high right now. What is it called when people give you gifts for your new apartment? Housewarming. Housewarming. That's what it is. Housewarming. Yeah. There you go. Housewarming. There you go. Oh shit, BT, you did say it. Okay, housewarming. Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Housewarming gifts. Okay, y'all said y'all don't give a damn about my daughter, huh? Y'all couldn't send $2 to the Cash App a piece. Y'all niggas said fuck your daughter. Y'all ain't shit, bro. Then I thought I was gonna get at least a good 50. You know what I'm saying? Say, hey baby, you know the PodMob raised up this little 50 for you on the Cash App side of the game. Y'all said, fuck your daughter. Y'all ain't shit. That's okay though. I ain't gonna even trip. Just remember that shit when it's your daughter. I ain't gonna send you nothing for your daughter either, then. Nook. Anyway, man, listen, I appreciate y'all. That's what I'm about to go do. I just made it to season 4 on the original series, Power. I'm rewatching it again. I just want to say shout out to Tommy for murking old girl. Holly, that motherfucker was getting on my nerves. Glad they got her the fuck up out of there. But yeah, I'm about to go and get some work done while I get into this season 4 and jump on Amazon to figure out a couple of the things I'm gonna send my daughter for her crib, man. But like I said, I appreciate y'all. I gotta go figure out what's going on with the stream elements. I think I know what it is. But I appreciate y'all for tapping in with your boy. Thank you so much. Thank you for helping me reach the goal of the show as well. And man, I rock with y'all. Today is Sunday, so we'll probably be right back tomorrow. I think tomorrow we probably gonna review the conversation that Ill and them had around YouTube on Hamp's show recently. He dropped the clip for it. So that's probably what we'll get into tomorrow, and maybe some other stuff as well. Again, make sure that I dropped the link for I did. Make sure you subscribe to the Team PodMob channel. Myself, UT, the homegirl Kiki, and the homegirl Shanika. Okay. And they both got ass. All right, it's your boy Beans. We about this thing, man. Wait, wrong hand? Peace.
Hit that like button, and hit that subscribe button, and hit that bell, and leave a comment to trigger YouTube's algorithm.